Hello. Dance is the pure language of the soul. It's been with us from the very beginning. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to have all the delegates and dignitaries over here. I heartily welcome you all. On the behalf of Ministry of Culture, I offer my gratitude towards Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, who has invited us to showcase the rich and vibrant culture of our beloved country. Culture is the way we express our tradition, a beautiful culture where each state deals with separate culture. So is the India, the only country that deals with several traditions. These traditions are followed by many countries. These traditions are followed by many centuries from the ancient times of Lord Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. One can find a beautiful amalgamation of various cultures, traditions, beliefs, and intellectual achievements here. Assam, being the home to many ethnic groups and different cultures, is rich in folk music and known to be a heaven for nature lovers owing to its resplendent beauty. It is a state with diverse cultural heritage. Bihu festival is the essence of Assam and is celebrated across the state with a tremendous zeal and enthusiasm. Dear ladies and gentlemen, today we'll show you the beauty of Assam. We are having Assami artists with us who are going to show you the beautiful folk dance of Assam, that is Bihu dance. Bihu dance is a folk dance from the northeastern state of Assam. It is performed during the festival of Bihu. The festival brings together all the Assamese people of any caste, creeds, or religious belief. For the people of Assam, Bihu is not just an important festival, but also a time to celebrate their livelihood and cultural traditions. men and women dressed in traditional golden muga silk dance to the sound of dhol, drum, tal, pepa made of buffalo horn, toka, banhi, flute, and gogona, presenting a very beautiful fusion dance of Assam, including Bodo and Tiva.
জাকি মারি না সোনিও ও মাজর মাজরে পড়া ময়না 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 মতি তোরা দো আজি কাশি আহানা সোনি আহা আমার বিপুলই বরম থরি বুলে রে কোপন ফুল খুপাতে যে তুকা বুল দুহাতে এ নাচ অনি ওই তাকুরি ওই ঘুরা দি এ নাচ অনি ওই পখিলা ওই উড়া দি আমার বিহু হুয়নি করি
খেতি করি তাতে ময়াসিন
নাচনী ঐ ৰাতি বিহু চাব ৰঙা ফুলৰ গামোচা ঐ ৰুমালো আনিবা তাতে লিখি তোমাৰে নাম গছডাল হুঁৱৰি ঐ নাচনী কপৌ ফুলৰ পাগিতি তোমাৰে হুঁৱনি ঐ নাচনী মিচিকিয়া হাঁহিতি কলদিলীয়া খোপাতিত গুজি তগৰ মালতী বিহু তলিত নাচি নাচি মাৰি যাবা দুবৰি সাগৰৰে পানী নাচনী ঐ নীলানু বৰণীয়া আমাৰে নাচনী সঁচাকৈ কি যেনো মৰম লগা নচুৱাই ঐ থাকিব নচুৱাই ঐ থাকিব মন
জালে বোঝাবি ভালে করে বোঝাবি ফুলাম করে গাবো সাদি
Let's give a huge round of applause to all these artists who have come here to make this morning beautiful. This was Bihu dance from Assam. Thank you all for watching this.
Good morning, colleagues. We are starting our last morning session. We will start by the revised documents of the resolution of the item implementation and operations of the multilateral system under item 9.1. This resolution was approved for final adoption with the exception of a bracket on paragraph 7. I request the Secretariat to screen this particular paragraph, and I will open the floor for comments. If there are no objections on the text, we can approve the resolution. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I understand correctly, that means adopting with the insertion of the red text, right?
Yes, indeed.
Canada would like to make a slight preference would be to drop this insertion, because there's a lot of MLS material that doesn't have DOIs assigned, and the use of DOIs is voluntary, and we would miss out on a lot of material. So our preference would be to drop this insertion, and if that is not agreeable, then we would like to say, for example, on the voluntary assignation of DICE, or the assignation of voluntary DOIs, either there or before assignations, but the word voluntary must appear there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. Germany.
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair. We support the intervention from Canada and would prefer as well the deletion of that part of text. And otherwise would as well request the insertion of the word voluntary. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. Is this acceptable? I see no reaction. We add the word voluntary to the text suggested. I see no reaction, so we approve the changes. Thank you. Then the resolution is approved. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The preferred position of Canada would be to drop this completely. So if that is agreeable, we would like to drop it completely.
Thank you, Canada.
Thank you.
India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We approve, we agree with the Canadian contention to get this dropped.
Thank you, India. No other comments from the floor? So we drop this sentence from the text. Thank you very much. The resolution is then approved. Thank you. We're moving to the following one under document res item 11/L1 on the implementation on global information system. This resolution has been worked on by a small group, and I am happy to report that they have reached consensus on that way forward. So the Secretariat will screen the document, and I would like to open the floor for your comments. Are there any comments on the document, on the changes suggested? Can we approve the document? Okay, then no comment. The document is approved. Thank you. We are reaching now the item on the implementation of Article 9, farmers' rights, and the document related to this item is res item 13/L1. This resolution has been agreed after long discussion in the informal group. I give the co-chair the floor to present the resolution. Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The contact group on farmers' rights worked through all the different submissions made on farmers' rights, and we managed to consider different, mainly then the first main thing was on how to deal with the results of the expert group, the options document, and we came to an agreement to welcome the work of the expert group and take note of the options, noting that options under category 10 are co-chair's proposal, and request the secretary to publish the options, and this publication will reflect that the options under category 10 are co-chair's proposal. And then we are inviting contracting parties in accordance with the needs and priorities and as appropriate and subject to national legislation to consider their options. We also agreed to request the Secretary to also consider facilitating developing cooperation plans among involved stakeholders, with emphasis on South-South cooperation with reference to Article 18.5 of the International Treaty. And when it comes to the educational model, we agreed to request the Secretary to update This also to include information on new developments of relevant international human rights instruments and declarations, and to translate it. And regarding, we considered the possibility of conducting a background study, but then we agreed to have an assessment, and at the next session, the Secretariat will present criteria and outline for such assessment. We also agreed to request the Secretary to include possible impact of DSI in the assessment, possible impact of DSI on farmers' rights in the assessment of DSI as foreseen in the MyPay. That were the main changes that we agreed to in the contact group, and I would like to ask my co-chair if he has anything to add. But then I would take the opportunity to thank everybody who participated actively in this group, and particularly all the experts in the expert group who has worked on this matter for the last 5 years. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Norway. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to my co-chair, Bell. It was a very challenging task to come to the consensus. So I'm first of all thankful to all my colleagues who were the member of this attack for the 5 years, and for their kind cooperation to all the contracting parties when we had these intersessional meetings, and for these last 2 days also, everybody was in a consensus mode. For point number 12, as it has been explained by Bell, this assessment has to be, the process for the assessment has to be presented in the 10th session, but the full report has to be presented at the 11th session for this. So, so that because we have very little time to complete this, and the rest all has been well explained by Madam Bell. So, thank you very much for this opportunity to us, and we hope that this option document will be quite useful for all the contracting parties. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India. Any comments? Congo.
Merci Madame la Présidente pour la parole que vous m'accordez. Bonjour à tous. Nous tenons à remercier nos co-présidents, la Norvège et l'Inde, qui ont bien présidé les travaux que nous avons eus au sein de ce groupe. Le compromis a été difficile à trouver, mais nous l'avons quand même trouvé. Et nous avons eu des positions, on a défendu des positions. Ce n'est pas pour autant dire que nous sommes contre certains groupes. Nous sommes l'église au milieu du village, donc nous sommes les représentants de l'État, on a besoin de tout le monde, mais nous sommes animés par un souci d'équilibre et de justice. Et nous tenons aussi à remercier tous les collègues avec lesquels on a échangé au niveau de ce groupe. Et nous invitons donc les membres du groupe Afrique à adopter cette résolution. Enfin, nous avons eu à soulever certaines questions qui concernent la coopération Sud-Sud. Et sur ce, nous appelons donc le secrétariat à intégrer cette thématique dans les termes de référence du colloque qui va se tenir, qui est prévu donc, que cette thématique soit examinée par les participants. Et peut-être élaborer les termes de référence pour que nous puissions discuter autour comment faire pour donner la visibilité à notre traité. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci, le Congo. Can we approve the resolution? I see no reaction. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although I we have been participating in this at the region level as well as in the working group. I would like this August body to have one more look at the Article 9 in terms of the legal options given in this annexure. That is point number 5, related matter, which Bell read out first. The points which the August body needs to consider is, in the treaty, farmers' rights are mentioned as the terminology or the term most frequently in the article. The very term rights means has a legal connotation to it, and definitely the practical use of rights is through a legal instrument only. And we were debating the category 10 in the options with some kind of slippery words such as take note of or consideration instead of realization. Things of this kind in the meeting. Therefore, I would like one more request to make to this August body as a modified version of 5, if you permit, please.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I would like, yeah, please get it up. Yeah. Yes, I would like to read it as this. Welcomes the work of the expert group and requests the Secretary to publish the options for encouraging, guiding, and promoting the realization of farmers' rights as set out in the Article 9 of the International Treaty. Full stop. Can I read it again? Yeah. The request the Secretary to publish. Yeah, right. The options, then rest of the things will continue. Okay. Article 9 of the International Treaty, third line, full stop. Rest of the things to be deleted. Because I don't consider this part of having the category 10 as a proposal of co-chairs, and in every publication or whenever it is published, wherever it comes in, you put a footnote that this is something that has to come out as option of as a proposal of the co-chairs. Any proposal, by its meaning, is just a matter to be considered, not even accepted, or it is being discussable. It is just a proposal made. It doesn't make any impact under any circumstance for anybody to adopt. And this, in the treaty, the farmers' rights have been given a fundamental status. What is fundamental cannot be debated as discretionary or something that is subjective. So therefore, I would like this august body. And we are celebrating farmers as the guardians of diversity here. So we must acknowledge this, and looking at those nations which have more than 25% of the population or majority population like in India who deal with the farmers and have the highest frequency of farmers, their contentions should be considered for the welfare of farmers, which the treaty sets out to set up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. India, I see the sentence you have suggested at the end of this paragraph. Are you requesting a change of the order of the sentences?
After the option, the third line treaty, I won't full stop there and nothing more than this. The number 6 will continue.
Thank you, India. Is the proposal of India accepted? Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you very much to our Indian colleague who also, I appreciate, participated actively in our group. And I would also take this opportunity, again, thank the Indian government for hosting this governing body session, which is so, where they use every opportunity to share their rich experience in India with all the seed stalls in the floor and inviting so many farmers here and also selecting a very good topic for this session, celebrating guardians of crop diversity. And I think that it's so much to learn from the Indian experience in realizing farmers' rights. But still, I would ask my colleague from India to kindly remove his proposal, because I think that we have worked so hard on this paragraph, and that was I think we should really kind of celebrate the results we have received so far, and that we also take note that, of course, there are many more possible achievements to reach when it comes to realize farmers' rights, and that the Global Symposium is one next opportunity within the next biennium to continue our work on farmers' rights. So we have had long discussions in the expert group, but also here at the session. I appreciate for you, Madam Chair, that you facilitated that the agenda item of farmers' rights were given sufficient time to reflect on all the issues it was covered in the resolution. So on this reason, I kindly ask India to kindly remove its proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norway. Back to India.
Thank you, Madam. Without intending to prolong the discussion part, why I said this was with the unique experience which only we have in India on according a legal status and having a legislation on legal status for the farmers and having experienced it for the last 17 years. With that option only I mentioned this, and there is nothing that removes the intent or the expertise which was put in by the expert group for the last 5 years on this by keeping this edited version as we have suggested. Removing the bracket also of the options words up to that. It is not going to take away the meaning of what you wanted to say, because point number 6 elaborates on it, and that's what it means with the earlier one. To say that it is noted to then having this option as proposal of the chairperson does not mean that we have concluded something on the expert group's output, since it remains a proposal. Proposal is not something accepted. So that's the reason I'm saying it. This I'm saying with the position personally I've held as the chairperson of the organization which has a legal status and a status of a civil court, and on which we had taken several orders giving the rights of the farmers. So with that experience, and I believe we are the only nation which has this expertise and experience, that we kindly accept it. Yeah, my group says that I should request the co-chair here to kindly accommodate this, with this acknowledgement that we are the only country which has given the legal status, and farmers' rights mean legal status. Thank you.
Thank you, India. United States of America.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with the appreciation to our hosts here, the United States is not in a position to be able to accept this proposal as revised by the esteemed delegate from India. We note that this process that the ALTAG had engaged in was actually quite an extensive process with much hard work, and my thanks personally to both of our co-chairs for leading us through the process to arrive at the work product that was the result of those meetings. This language that was initially tendered here that reflects Category 10 as the co-chair proposal is very important to the United States, as our work was ultimately not able to be completed within the ATAG. And so we were relying on the co-chairs to propose the options titled in Category 10. And as such, there's been a lot of work here this week trying to sort of figure out a way forward. And with all of that effort from many folks here, that we ultimately could not arrive at a agreed upon title set. So rather than washing away all of the work that we have done, we've arrived at this paragraph 5 compromise language so that it is reflected that the Category 10 was not in fact the deliberative work of the ATAG itself, but was in fact the work of the co-chair's proposal. And so I think the sentiment behind noting this is very important to reflect the stages of work that the ATAG was able to complete. So we would not be able to support the revision as shown here on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. India.
Thank you, ma'am. I would accept the point raised by America and withdraw with an apology for having dragged it apparently. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your flexibility. Thank you, India. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, fellow delegates and observers. I would just like to take a moment to thank sincerely on behalf of Canada the two co-chairs from India and Norway for their excellent leadership through these 5 years on the ATAG process. And of course a special mention when our dear friend Dr. Agarwal was not able to attend one of them. We had a very competent individual from Malawi fill in seamlessly into that role. Recognizing that this item 5 was a delicate balance in achieving this language agreed upon commonly by contracting parties. I thank India for their intervention, and I also thank India for withdrawing their intervention, recognizing the needs of other countries. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the floor.
Thank you, Canada. Congo.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Nous remercions l'Inde pour la décision de sagesse. Nous savons bien que l'Inde a beaucoup à partager et nous l'attendons sur le point concernant la coopération Sud-Sud qui a été entérinée. Et merci pour avoir retiré cette proposition parce que ça a été un compromis difficile à trouver et qu'à l'heure où nous parlons, certains ont déjà leurs pieds dans l'avion. Donc si on ouvre encore les débats ici, je pense que c'est pour que la salle se vide et qu'il n'y ait personne pour discuter. Donc, pour moi, à ce stade, en tout cas, nous sommes reconnaissants pour cette sagesse et nous demandons à ce que la résolution soit adoptée en bloc. Merci.
Merci au Congo, United States of America.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a point of clarification for the chair here, I have a comment on a latter paragraph. If we're able to move off of paragraph 5, I will continue. If not, I'll stand.
You mean the following paragraph or previous one?
I had a comment on paragraph 14 bis.
You can go ahead.
Thank you.
United States.
So the comment on 14 bis is merely to insert after farmers' rights, comma, as set out in Article 9 of the treaty, just to provide specificity and focus for that work stream. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor. We would like to support the United States on this motion. We note in item 14 the recognition of human rights, and for Canada this is incredibly important. We have a very long and strong commitment to human rights. We were indeed played an important role in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and year after year we feel very fortunate to place high on global indices for freedom and for the exercise of human rights. And just to exemplify that fact, in 2016 we became signatory to UN DRIP, and very recently we enacted legislation domestically to give life to that declaration in our journey for reconciliation with our indigenous people. So we support an open-ended blanket statement on human rights that can accommodate different contracting parties, irrespective where they are in their journey to adopting human rights. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that it looks now like a digital sequence information is part of Article 9 as it now reads. Either we remove the comma after farmers' rights or remove the comma or remove this Article 9 part. It really does not make an impact on DSA as such, and Article 9 does not include this part in any case. Because I think my American colleague was meaning about farmers' rights as in Article 9. So that is anyway the only place where farmers' rights are given as article status. So that should be fine. But keeping it brings in a confusion of digital sequence information as part of Article 9.
Thank you, India, United States of America.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do see the point of my esteemed colleague from India, so that if we could remove the comma to make it clear that the as set out in Article 9 is modifying farmers' rights and not DSI per se, I think that would make the most sense and retain the point that we want to clarify that farmers' rights is not stopping short of the treaty. Of course, folks could go further and implement farmers' rights beyond the scope of this treaty. So to the extent that we're talking about it in this body, I think it's important to clarify that farmers' rights as set out in Article 9 of the IT is the point of this request. So I would sustain the point to keep that additional language, but I do appreciate the point about the clarity issue. And so I would just, suggesting removing that comma, I think solves that problem. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. Is this acceptable? Canada?
Thank you for the floor, Madam Chair. It is acceptable to Canada, but while I have the floor, we do have a small point on item 12 that we didn't have an opportunity to interject in time, so we would beg, after this item is completed, if we could return to item 12 for a moment.
Okay, Canada, we will get back then when we'll finish this item.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Canada. Niger.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Pardon, comme l'avait dit déjà les deux coprésidents, la Norvège et l'Inde, vraiment on a fait un travail, on a confié ce travail, tout le monde était d'accord. Pardon pour la question du temps et pour le respect encore du groupe de travail, veuillez enlever ce que le Canada vient d'ajouter ou bien les États-Unis viennent d'ajouter. Pardon, je vous remercie.
Merci le Niger. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor. We re-emphasize our support for what the United States has suggested and wish, when it comes our time, to return to item 12 once again for some minor suggestions. Thanks.
Thank you, Canada. Japan.
Japan has a technical request for any reference to digital sequence information. We'd prefer using the word genetic sequence data, as we have been doing in the past with ITPGRFA documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Democratic Republic of Congo.
Merci Madame la Présidente pour la parole accordée. Madame la Présidente, dès lors qu'on fait partie d'un groupe de travail et que le travail est rendu en plénière, je crois qu'il est de bonne loi qu'on n'intervienne plus. Puisque le travail est présenté, il doit être adopté. Mais si on a fait partie d'un groupe et qu'on commence à revenir avec des petits détails, là, à ce moment-là, il y a lieu de s'interroger. Je pense que les membres du groupe ne pouvaient plus intervenir, seulement les membres en dehors du groupe qui peuvent intervenir. Mais s'ils interviennent, c'est qu'à ce moment-là, ils remettent en cause le compromis. Et ça va avoir des conséquences sur le temps de travail que nous avons. Merci.
Merci, la République démocratique du Congo. Norway.
Thank you. I would like to echo the previous intervention and encourage not to make new proposals here now, but also realizing that when we are working in a working group, we might always not be so given sufficient attention to be consistent in our language. So if you just could kind of have agreement on that. So when we see in paragraph 16, it says farmers' rights are set out in Article 9. So I think that is a quite agreed terminology when we talk about farmers' rights. So it's okay, and that we didn't give sufficient attention during the working group. So I think if it's just consistent, and then also for the Japanese proposal in 14 bis. So to just put the precise same terminology that is decided on, because this is referring to an assessment on DSI in the MIPO. So if we could, if we could give the Secretariat the task to be coherent there, because the precise terminology will be decided in the MIPO. And since this is referring to that, we just have to make sure that it's the same, but not that we have the same discussions in all agenda items. So I hope that we could finalize this item now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norway. Please, colleagues, je voudrais que vous teniez compte de l'effort qui a été fait et le travail énorme qui a été fait pour aboutir à une résolution sur les droits des agriculteurs. Donc, je vous demande vraiment de reconnaître les textes qui ont été présentés et qu'on puisse avancer dans nos décisions. Kenya. Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kenya is not for replacing digital genetic sequence data for digital sequence information. The only compromise could be have both of them in place. That is digital sequence information stroke genetic sequence, digital sequence information stroke genetic sequence data. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Kenya. Congo.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je crois que je rejoins la position exprimée par notre co-chair de la Norvège. Parce que je m'interroge chaque fois lorsqu'il s'agit de la question des droits des agriculteurs, cela c'est comme si c'est une opposition entre des blocs, alors que les agriculteurs existent dans tous les pays, dans les pays développés comme dans les pays en développement. Et chaque fois à midi, lorsque nous passons à table et que nous nous mettons à manger, nous devons avoir à l'esprit la sueur, l'effort qui est déployé par ces producteurs-là pour nous nourrir sous les intempéries. Cela existe partout, au risque de leur vie, en manipulant les produits agrochimiques dangereux. Ils exposent leur vie pour que nous puissions manger. Nous qui sommes dans les bureaux climatisés, lorsque la climatisation est en panne, on commence à suffoquer, on n'arrive pas à travailler. Mais ceux-là, ils travaillent sous les intempéries pour nous nourrir. Ce sont des braves gens que nous devons respecter. Pourquoi cela doit nous opposer en bloc? C'est comme si c'est l'affaire d'une catégorie de groupes de pays. c'est l'affaire de tout le monde. Franchement, Madame la Présidente, c'est l'impression, chaque fois que nous venons discuter des droits des agriculteurs, il y a toujours une opposition entre le bloc des pays. Pourquoi? En France, on ne trouve pas les agriculteurs. Aux États-Unis, il n'y a pas d'agriculteurs. Ce sont eux qui nous nourrissent. Ce sont eux, ils suent. Donc, lorsque nous sommes à table, essayons d'évaluer la dose de sueur que ces gens-là sont en train de déployer dans des conditions difficiles. Nous qui sommes dans les bureaux, confortablement assis, en train de réfléchir. Vraiment, nous vous prions, à l'heure où nous sommes, on n'est plus là à discuter de la terminologie. Je vous en prie, la science n'est pas infuse, personne ne connaît tout, mais lorsque on négocie, on trouve quand même un compromis. Ce n'est pas une satisfaction totale, mais on a trouvé quand même un compromis. Allons de l'avant. Donc le plus important, ce n'est pas de discuter autour des mots et autres, mais le plus important, c'est arriver à un compromis. Les informations de séquençage génomique, regardez même là où c'est, je n'arrive même parfois pas à définir, est-ce que c'est une information, est-ce que c'est ceci? Même ceux-là, même ceux qui sont les spécialistes de la question, ne sont pas encore fixés exactement sur ce qu'il faut dire, mais on a dit on va évaluer les impacts, en fait, l'impact éventuel de ces DSI sur les droits des agriculteurs. Voilà, madame. Je sais que je ne vais pas abuser du temps parce qu'en venant ici, je ne m'étais pas préparé à discuter encore de ces textes. Donc, je vous remercie, madame.
Merci, le Congo. Argentina.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Este es claramente un estudio muy importante para la Argentina. Nos parece, en particular, mi país en general prefiere la expresión de la referencia DSI. Entendemos que en otros textos se usa la referencia a DSI/GSD. Así que en nuestra opinión sugerimos ir con la propuesta de Noruega, otorgándole a la Secretaría la posibilidad de adaptar la referencia en función al estudio que figure finalmente en el programa plurianual. En relación a la referencia as set out in Article 9 of the Treaty, quisiera señalar que es lenguaje estándar a través de toda esta resolución. Si los delegados miran a los 3 párrafos siguientes que tenemos en pantalla, 15, 16 y 17, la expresión está en todas ellas. Así que me parece que la no inclusión de eso en este párrafo fue simplemente un error de consistencia. No estamos discutiendo la sustancia del párrafo con su inclusión. Está en todos los párrafos que refieren a los derechos del agricultor, por lo tanto me parece correcta su inclusión. Asimismo, su no inclusión podría implicar un trabajo enorme para la Secretaría, porque implicaría, por ejemplo, tener que buscar el impacto de DSI en la legislación nacional, en las regulaciones subnacionales sobre derechos del agricultor, en las regulaciones locales sobre derechos del agricultor. Me parece que es muy importante limitar el trabajo para que tengamos un resultado concreto que efectivamente la Secretaría pueda preparar para la próxima reunión en donde se presente este estudio sobre DSI. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Argentina. Australia.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to speak in favour of Norway's proposal, as commented by a number of others, about the importance of consistency of language. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Philippines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Philippines would just like to support Congo's latest intervention that we stick to the agreed-upon text in the draft resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving us the floor. Brazil would like to support Argentina and other delegations with regards to the use of the term digital sequence information, DSI, that has been used in many other fora like CDB and BBNJ. And we also would like to express our concern that we cannot have many resolutions with different reference to the same thing, same concept. So we would request the Secretariat to standardize reference to DSI. Well, the decision that should be taken should be standardized to the other decisions on the use of the term, which in our opinion should be DSI. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I will ask the floor. If they just taken the floor to support, it will be noted by the Secretariat, who will do as proposed with the floor, so that we can move on in our discussion. Democratic Republic of Congo? Sorry, Canada? Or
Non.
Yes, Democratic Republic of Congo.
Oui, merci bien, Madame la Présidente. J'interviens pour soutenir la position exprimée par notre collègue du Congo, qui, dans l'ensemble, a été approuvée par la région Afrique. Dès lors que nous avons trouvé un compromis, tous les travaux qui sont revenus de commission ont été adoptés. Dès qu'on commence à titiller le fond, puisque ce qui est en train de se passer, on commence à titiller le fond, ce qu'on a perdu dans le groupe de travail, on veut le retrouver en plénière. Là, on n'est pas partie prenante, c'est le demande de la 8e session qui est en train de revenir. Là, on n'est pas d'accord. Je crois que le Congo l'a bien exprimé, on le redit encore haut et fort.
Merci, République démocratique du Congo. Je voudrais, pour qu'on puisse avancer et reconnaître le travail énorme qui a été fait par toutes les parties, tous les intervenants et le groupe des droits des agriculteurs, est-ce qu'on pourrait accepter la résolution en bloc pour avancer? Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor. And Canada does not wish to prolong this matter anymore. We think item 14 is critically important. But we're also very cognizant of the demands on the Secretary. We have so many competing priorities here. I think it's in our best interest to insert stock language into this item that we have used time and time again, just to manage our resources, and that is language around subject to the availability of financial resources to accomplish this. So in no way do we want to impact this moving forward, but at the same time very cognizant of the limited resources and competing priorities to insert this language that we have done so many times before. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to give a technical element to this 14 bis to retain Norway's contention or the initial draft contention that should only limit to digital sequence information, not to add genetic sequence data, because that technically is incorrect if one wants to refer to the sequence information of nucleic acids if they mean the same in the genetic sequence data, which is not correct. It should have been gene sequence data, if at all. So we leave this and limit to DSI, which will include genetic sequence data as it is meant. So, and end this discussion further. DSI is further. That's what India's proposal is. DSI is enough.
Thank you, India. I think I just been informed that the standard language is the DSA/GSD. So this is the standard language used. So it can move on to the following. I give the floor to Cameroon.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Le Cameroun voudrait appuyer la position du Brésil et de l'Inde et nous voudrons qu'il y ait une harmonisation dans l'utilisation des thèmes dans toutes les résolutions. Nous pensons qu'il y a eu des résolutions ici où il a été adopté les thèmes information de séquençage numérique. Donc nous pensons que cette proposition soit maintenue dans cette résolution au niveau du 14 bis. Il est très important que nous harmonisions l'utilisation des thèmes dans toutes nos résolutions. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Merci le Cameroun, United States of America.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back, thank you, Madam Chair, and just the point of me starting us down this path was only that of inconsistency. So for all those, I think Norway started us with that explicit point, just to echo that, we are not trying to reopen this and sort of tinker with text that has already been adequately discussed, but rather we're trying to ensure consistency so that we result with the best, most consistent document across the board in this body. So that's just to agree with those others that said the point of all of this is just about consistency. We're not trying to change things, we're trying to be consistent. So we would agree with all those points that came before, and that was the motivation behind the initial intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. Cameroon? Oh, Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in the same vein of the comments made by my colleague from the United States, Canada did request the insertion of the standardized language subject to the availability of human and financial resources, just so we understand that this is part of a prioritization process along with other activities that are set to occur for the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. The Secretariat will do so using the standard language in the documents. Niger.
Bon, merci beaucoup. Bon, je n'ai pas compris c'est quoi le libellé type. Sinon, si on va revenir comme l'avait proposé le groupe de travail, je n'aimerais pas intervenir. Et ça que vous entendez par libellé type. Cela veut dire que sur le premier paragraphe, on a présenté sa modification. Si c'est ça, moi, je ne voudrais pas intervenir.
Merci, le Niger. Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate that the Secretariat is supporting both the governing body and also the different working groups to ensure consistency in terminology. Because now in 14 bis we are making reference to another one. So I think that should be very clear now for everyone. And actually 14 bis is not about making a new task, because whether this task, this assessment will be done or not is taken in another place. So I think we don't need to hear like the Canadian proposal on availability of human and financial resources. Whether this assessment will be done or not, it's dealt with somewhere else. That is my understanding. But we could, so I think it's very good that the Secretariat is taking responsibility for this consistency throughout. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. I see Cameroon. Niger.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Et comme j'ai posé la question, on ne m'a pas donné la réponse. J'ai l'impression qu'on continue encore à modifier. Sinon, sincèrement, nos deux co-présidents étaient excellents. Tout le monde l'avait félicité ici, la Norvège, l'Inde. On a fait un travail remarquable. Nous tous, on a accepté. Il y a beaucoup de choses ici dont nous, ça ne nous arrange pas. Mais c'est malgré qu'on a accepté parce qu'il faut respecter le groupe. Il faut aller ensemble. Maintenant, on vient ici, ceux-mêmes qui ont participé encore à cette discussion, ils ont été d'accord là-bas. Ils reviennent ici pour ne pas être d'accord. Pardon. On laisse, on continue. Sinon, si on continue dans ce genre-là, on va aller à 5 heures du matin. Nous, on est prêts aujourd'hui. On ne va pas finir dans ça. Pardon. Et ce qu'on vient d'ajouter, susceptible to the available human. Pardon. Vous savez que c'est un truc difficile, il faut le lever. Ce que les États-Unis ont ajouté, il faut le lever. Ce qu'on a enlevé, ajouté des SIG là. On a entendu qu'on disait dans Maipo, on parle de Jésus. Pardon, secrétariat. Dorénavant, vous allez vous prononcer ici. On peut avoir les déclarations actuels maintenant dans Maipo. Est-ce qu'il y a ces termes-là qu'on avait mis? On a entendu que DSI, là, GSD est dans DSI. Pourquoi on va revenir encore, on va perdre du temps ici, on ne va pas finaliser? Il y a beaucoup de choses à faire. Pardon, s'il vous plaît, on vous supplie encore et on vous invite vraiment à accepter ce qu'est le groupe. Il faut respecter le groupe, il faut vous respecter vous-même vraiment ce que vous avez fait et on continue vraiment dans le but de continuer ensemble. Je vous remercie.
Merci le Niger. Je voudrais qu'on puisse avancer. Le secrétariat a pris note de la demande qui a émané des discussions. Il va s'en charger de la standardisation des terminologies avec le rapporteur. Est-ce qu'on peut avancer dans l'adoption de la résolution, s'il vous plaît? Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor, and I just want to acknowledge the comments from my colleague from Norway. In fact, in this particular instance, there is a contingency on the developments of MyPow, and we expect that there's probably similar language about subject to the availability of human and financial resources in that element. So to try to expedite this along, I'd like to withdraw my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Ecuador.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Gracias.
¿Le Congo o bien l'Équateur?
Ecuador.
Gracias, señora Presidenta. Voy a ser muy rápido. Estoy de acuerdo con Níger en el sentido de que quiero hacer un llamado a todas las partes contratantes. El grupo de trabajo de derechos de agricultor se reunió 2 veces y fueron discusiones muy intensas y llegamos a textos que inclusive a Ecuador le gustaría que sean mucho más, las aspiraciones de Ecuador son mucho más altas, pero por temas de negociación, por temas de consenso, hemos llegado a esos textos. Dejemos el texto como el grupo lo aprobó, porque cuando seguimos metiendo textos corremos el riesgo de abrir la negociación y me da la impresión que no vamos a llegar a ningún puerto. Pido de favor a todas las partes contratantes que dejemos el texto como estaba aprobado por el grupo de trabajo. Por favor. Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Muchas gracias. So, can we approve the resolution in block? Congo.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Ce n'est pas une perte de temps. Merci à l'Équateur qui a exprimé vraiment le point de vue. Déjà au départ de ce travail, nous n'étions pas d'accord avec les options. Parce que dans les instruments, le peu d'expérience que nous avons, ce sont les directives. Mais comme c'était les négociations, on nous a proposé les options. On les a acceptées dans un souci de consensus. Et voilà que les collègues ont travaillé, ils nous ont proposé ce document. Et dans un souci de consensus, malgré que tout n'était pas correct, mais on a accepté d'avancer. L'essentiel n'est pas ici, nous le répétons. Ce n'est pas ici l'essentiel. Le monde souffre de la faim, Nous sommes là en train de discuter des mots, des tournures de phrases. Moi, parfois, je me pose même la question. Je dis, est-ce que l'agriculteur qui est au fond de mon pays là-bas pour produire, il a besoin des textes là et pour faire. Mais c'est une exigence du monde moderne parce qu'il faut avancer. Notre souci aujourd'hui, il faut qu'on le dise, que le traité soit visible. Je prends le protocole de Nagoya, il est plus visible que
Excusez-moi, le
notre...
Congo, s'il vous plaît, je voudrais juste ouvrir la discussion s'il y a des objections à adopter la résolution, s'il vous plaît.
Nous invitons donc les distingués délégués à adopter la résolution en bloc. Merci.
Merci, le Congo. Est-ce qu'il y a des objections à adopter la résolution en bloc? Le Niger?
Ok, merci Canada vraiment pour votre souplesse. Merci encore Équateur. Bon, on ne peut pas se prononcer tant qu'il y a encore, on est en train de voir les modifications. Là, pardon, secrétariat, il faut enlever les modifications et on va nous tous applaudir et on va continuer. Merci.
Merci, le Niger. On a demandé au secrétariat d'introduire le langage standard, donc il n'y aura pas de modification supplémentaire, mais c'est juste le langage standard utilisé qui va être inséré dans la résolution. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor, and I do not wish to belabor this any longer, but I had made a point of return to item 12 for a minor item that requires, in our view, some correction. May I proceed about item 12?
Yes, please, Canada.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. In our deliberations, and we did take some time on this, recognizing that a governing body meeting is going to occur next year, and we're concerned about the assessment taking place in such short period of time, as such giving the Secretariat some breathing room to conduct the assessment in time for the 11th session. The challenge that we have is just with the last clause as well as on other relevant information. From Canada's perspective, we'd like to see that initial criteria and outline of the assessment presented first at the 10th session, and that will give us an idea what sort of gaps might be in the inventory to say what additional information might be needed to supplement. So we just think that it's premature and that it should be revisited at the 10th session after we have an understanding of what has been the outcome of the criteria and the outline of the assessment. Thank you, Madam Chair. And hopefully delegates can agree to that and we can move on quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. I'll give back the floor to the co-chair, Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I understand the rationale for the Canada's intervention, since the next session will consider the outline and criteria, and that we don't want to limit the possibilities of what such assessment could be. But on the other hand, this current language was on the table all the time after the reading in plenary. So keeping in a bit conservative approach in not reopening discussions, I would recommend that we just keep the current language in this paragraph. And then I assume that the 10th session could make any changes, like when considering the outline and criteria, and could give further guidance and decisions on what should actually be the content and process of developing the final assessment that will be presented at the 11th session. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. United States of America.
Chair, I did believe that provided the reasoning addressed by the Canadian delegate, I could support the deletion of as well as on other relevant information based on the process of timing. As such, the outline and the assessment would have to come before that. I think I can see the logic behind that and am able to support that intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. India.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that a lot of discussion has been done before coming to this draft resolution. And once the India has proposed any amendment that was strongly opposed by some of the blocs, that already such a time is devoted, now it not be changed. Now again and again, if any country want to change it after having an agreement, I think this is not a good part. Whatever we have agreed in the discussion, we should accept it. Thank you, ma'am. We support the proposal of the Norway co-chair. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, India. Canada.
Again, Madam Chair, thank you for the floor. We did not think that this would elicit such a response to delay. I think from our perspective, it was just solely sound logic. The criteria and outline of the assessment is going to determine what additional information, if needed, will be added for the work to be conducted by the assessment. We didn't realize that this would cause concern. For the sake of expediency and the fact that other delegates have concerns about the language change, we're fine to withdraw this as long as it brings this now to a conclusion.
Thank you, Canada. Can we approve the resolution? Are there any objections to approve it? Congo.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Nous remercions le Canada pour son esprit de compromis ce matin. Vraiment, nous vous remercions sincèrement. Nous alignons sur la position exprimée par l'Inde que la résolution, ainsi que par la Norvège, que la résolution soit adoptée en bloc telle qu'elle est issue des discussions du groupe. Merci.
Merci, le Congo. If there are no objections to that, so it is approved. Thank you so much. Let's move now to the cooperation with other international bodies and organizations, Part 1, International Bodies and Organizations, with the document with item 16.4/L1. We advanced yesterday in the plenary on this resolution, and I believe there are only 2 paragraphs remaining in brackets. So I ask the Secretary to screen them so that I can open the floor. Few seconds to breathe while putting the text in the screen. So, colleagues, if you remember, we suspended the discussion on the 2 paragraphs which are projected in the screen. So I open the floor for the discussion on paragraph 11 first. Sweden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, recalling the deliberations that we had yesterday, and there were different views in the rooms, we were prepared to propose a slightly shorter text for para 11, which would read the same as it starts: request the Secretary to continue cooperating with the Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity and the Vice Secretary General of UPOV, and then continue in finalizing the review of the draft FAQ on the interrelations between the 3 bodies, full stop. And then, Madam Chair, if you allow me to just make an additional comment. This relates to our proposal in paragraph 13, where we suggested the bracketed amendment. We could amend that slightly, or edit that slightly, by saying including with international human rights bodies, because that would be in line with the resolution on farmers' rights that we've just adopted in this room. So that would be our proposal, and then we would like to delete 13 bis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sweden. Can we approve both changes? Canada.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would support the proposal from Sweden.
Thank you, Canada. United States of America.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States would also support the proposal by Sweden. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. Niger.
Ok, merci Madame la Présidente. Comme hier, notre ami du Congo a posé une question, on voulait avoir la réponse de cette question. Et encore dans ces textes, on n'a pas dit, on n'a pas spécifié par exemple les institutions qui seront citées. Maintenant, ici, on doit faire un traitement d'ensemble. On ne va pas valider maintenant ce texte. On doit faire un traitement d'ensemble. Si on doit citer par exemple à ce niveau UPOV, on doit citer d'autres organismes encore qui sont en train de travailler dans la réalisation, l'application encore du traité. Dans ces 13 dont on demandait des biffets ou bien d'enlever, il y a même un article qui travaille spécialement sur les droits des agriculteurs. On est prêt aujourd'hui, même s'il faut aller document par document, il faut relever toutes les institutions qui ne sont pas légales, si on peut dire comme ça, et qui sont en train de travailler dans la réalisation, la concrétisation de leurs agriculteurs, ou bien un autre article du traité, on peut aller avec ça. Et tous ceux qui sont à l'encontre, qui sont en train de rétrécir, qui sont en train de limiter, qui sont en train de pénaliser, on peut les élever. Tout ce qu'on demande ici, c'est d'en faire vraiment un traitement d'ensemble, un traitement juste. Si on va citer, on va continuer à citer. Si on ne va pas citer, on va enlever tout ce qu'on a cité, parce que dans les titres, on n'a pas cité. Ce n'est pas comme dans les autres documents. Merci. Sinon, on est contre avec ça.
Merci le Niger. Juste pour rappeler qu'ici, on ne parle pas des droits des agriculteurs, mais c'est la coopération avec les autres organisations internationales. Donc, c'est toutes les organisations qui coopèrent avec le traité. Argentina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for Argentina, the proposal put forward by Sweden would be a good compromise. We think it reads better in paragraph 11, and in paragraph 13 we think is encompassing enough. If I may, my country is a great supporter, internationally recognized for its support for human rights. Actually, we're part of more than 44 international instruments on human rights. We have more than 64 laws on human rights, and 9 human rights instruments are of constitutional hierarchy in my country. So they are at the same level of our constitutions. Our laws cannot modify them. And we feel a little bit uncomfortable with picking and choosing some human rights instruments here. So for us, all of them are very important. So we feel more comfortable with the formulation in paragraph 13. Additionally, I would mention that mentioning maybe the Human Rights Council is okay for us because it's actually an international body, but declarations are not international bodies, so it's difficult to understand how the Secretariat would relate with a declaration that does not have a secretariat or an office or something. It's a text mainly that was adopted at a certain point. So we think that at this stage, paragraph 13 as amended would be the best option. Thank you.
Thank you. Argentina, Congo.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je crois que parallélisme de forme oblige. Si on a cité certaines institutions, il faut bien que dans cette disposition, puisqu'il s'agit de la coopération avec les autres institutions internationales, donc le Conseil des droits de l'homme doit quand même figurer parce que le Conseil des droits de l'homme a examiné à sa 49e session le rapport donc, du rapporteur spécial sur le droit à l'alimentation, qui est intitulé ainsi « Sémence, droit à la vie et droit des agriculteurs ». Et dans son rapport, il a abondamment cité le traité. Mais lorsque nous examinons les documents qui nous sont soumis, cette question est abordée de façon lapidaire dans le rapport du groupe de travail qui a examiné donc, la question que la résolution que nous venons d'adopter, donc sur les droits des agriculteurs. Ils ont quand même signalé ce rapport. Mais dans la plupart des documents du traité, on ne fait même pas mention, alors que ce sont des questions centrales pour le traité. Voilà pourquoi, dans un souci de compromis, nous pensons que, comme on a mentionné les autres institutions qui contribuent, qui collaborent avec le traité, en fait, qui contribuent à la mise en œuvre du traité, nous pensons qu'il serait plus judicieux de mettre le Conseil des Nations Unies pour les droits de l'homme et d'examiner, puisque ce Conseil examine ces questions-là. Merci.
Merci, le Congo. I suggest that we focus on the paragraph 11 and on the changes suggested on this paragraph, and then to move to the following one. Democratic Republic of Congo.
Merci bien, Madame la Présidente, pour la parole accordée. Je reviens à ma déclaration d'hier. Madame la Présidente, je voudrais ramener tout le monde à l'intitulé de la résolution, puisque l'organe directeur donne des orientations au secrétariat sur les organisations avec lesquelles il peut entreprendre la coopération. Alors, si elle n'est pas clairement indiquée sur les organisations, elle va aller dans tous les sens. C'est pourquoi alors je vous propose que soit les libellés même de la résolution soit dit, on dit, je le dis en français, d'autres organisations internationales. Alors qu'on ne dise pas, quand on dit d'autres, c'est-à-dire que c'est une fourchette qui est ouverte, alors qu'on soit dans le corps de la résolution, on restreint. À ce moment-là, allons dans le sens de préciser les organisations dans les libellés de la résolution. Comme ça, on va rencontrer le point 11, on va rencontrer le point 13. Alors à ce moment-là, on sera correct. Puisque quand on a parlé de la coopération avec la Convention sur la diversité, on a cité énormément. Donc ici, comme c'est une fourchette ouverte, précisons pour que le secrétariat n'aille pas dans tous les sens. Donc soyons précis. Quand on dit d'autres organisations, on laisse au secrétariat d'aller partout. Alors maintenant, moi j'invite l'organe directeur, qui est l'organe suprême décisionnel, de donner des précisions Et alors, à ce moment-là, on évitera les débats sur lesquels on est en train de tourner. Merci.
Merci, la République démocratique du Congo. Canada.
Thank you for the floor, Madam Chair. I just want to remind delegates on item number 11, we have a very narrow focus of activity here. We are not talking about broad strokes, and we were talking about an FAQ that is mutually beneficial to all organizations in having clarity. And we know in this body we have members who are contracting parties to UPOV and to the Plant Treaty, or UPOV to the Plant Treaty and CBD, Plant Treaty and CBD. Together, you know, we all have these relationships, and looking at the preamble of this treaty gives direction on the mutually supportive nature of this treaty and other plant-related treaties. And all we are talking about is actually getting some clarity, which is of benefit to members in all of these organizations. So I would encourage delegates to view it in this way. It's a very narrow focus, and hopefully we can move on with this item and come to conclusion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding paragraph 11, I'm seeking some clarification here, what document we are talking about. We had an agreement at our last session that the Secretariat should continue to collaborate with the CBD and UPOV to give inputs to an FAQ as a basis to explore means to facilitate exchanges and experience and information on implementation of the different instruments. So it was a process on how members of these three bodies could exchange experiences. But now it seems that we are going to request the Secretariat to be part of producing a product. So then I have a question. This FAQ, my understanding is that is UPO is developing an FAQ, or are we now looking for a joint FAQ by all these three bodies? If it's the first one, I think it's appropriate that the Secretary, with guidance from the Bureau, gives input to it and share here, but then it's the final results, it's up to UPOV to decide on. But if it's a joint FAQ, then we would read a very different process here, and also bearing in mind that then we are touching upon legal measures, and then given our current discussions on farmers' rights, there are diversity of options and also not yet full consensus on the different options here. So what kind of product, because now we're also changing it to not only giving inputs but requesting them to finalize it. But I don't think it's the task of our Secretary to finalize an FAQ of another body. So then it will be a challenge. How could we convene or to facilitate exchanges of experience? That was the last time, so maybe, yeah. We have questions with this paragraph, so I hope you could clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. Niger.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je me rappelais que quand j'ai parlé des droits agricolaires, les droits agricolaires c'est un droit fondamental. C'est dans le préambule même. Et merci Argentine, bien même que ce qu'Argentine avait proposé, c'est différent avec le point 13 bis. Toujours encore pour rappeler, si on doit traiter un point, nous on aimerait vraiment faire un traitement d'ensemble. Maintenant, si on accepte maintenant à ajouter ce qu'on a, sinon nous-mêmes on a des propositions. Mais c'est pour ne pas aller loin. Chaque fois, il faut chercher un consensus pour aller. Et sincèrement, moi, je ne sais pas, moi je ne comprends pas même des trois relations qu'on est en train de parler. Quel genre de relations, c'est que par exemple, a dit Norvège. Moi, je ne comprends pas quel genre de relations on est en train de parler. Et on a dit encore c'est un truc restaurant. Un truc restaurant qu'on va amener encore ici. Donc il faut amener ça quelque part ou bien il faut préciser si c'est un restaurant. Donc ça ne nous concerne pas. Merci.
Merci le Niger. Argentina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do understand the delegations that want to be a little bit more specific. So maybe in paragraph 13, we could say including with the Human Rights Council and other international human rights bodies, as it stands right now, which will, in my view, provide proper guidance. We're telling the Secretariat to liaise with an international body on human rights, which is the highest authority in the UN system on human rights, that actually Argentina presides right now. And we'll leave it a little bit open as it was in the beginning, not to close it too much. But to point out that many of the other instruments that were named in paragraph 13b's actually do not have a standing authority or secretariat or someone, so it would be difficult to know who to liaise with. So this, in our view, could be a compromise and an urge everybody to accept it in order to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. I will ask the floor to focus on paragraph 11 first, and then finalize it, and then move to paragraph 13. Thank you very much. Sweden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So actually what we are saying, or propose to be saying in paragraph 11, is really just to finalize work that we started at GB8, according to Resolution 12/2019. It's very well spelled out what that cooperation is supposed to encompass. So we're just requesting the Secretary to continue that cooperation in order to finalize the work. So we can make reference, if that is advisable, we can say, in finalizing the review of the draft FAQ on the interrelations between the three bodies as contained in Resolution 12/2019. And with regard to the proposal made by our colleague from Argentina, I think that is we would go along with that suggestion in para 13. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. France.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Donc après avoir entendu les nombreuses déclarations de plusieurs des collègues de la plénière, donc au sujet du paragraphe 11, on soutient la suggestion de modification de la Suède pour tenter d'apporter des éléments en réponse au Niger sur la nature des interrelations entre l'UPOV et le traité. Donc, il peut s'agir de points qui sont relatifs, par exemple, au partage des avantages non monétaires, étant donné l'usage et la reconnaissance du certificat d'obtention végétale comme un outil pleinement reconnu par le traité international favorisant l'accès libre aux ressources du système multilatéral par exemple, même si ça reste anecdotique, mais donc de façon plus large, au niveau international, le COV laisse la pleine accessibilité des ressources donc pour la sélection, la formation, la recherche. Donc ces domaines de coopération sont vraiment intéressants à approfondir au niveau de la foire aux questions. Et donc au sujet du paragraphe 13, très rapidement, donc la France...
Excusez-moi, la France, on finalise le paragraphe 11 et on passe au paragraphe 13 plus tard. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Merci la France. Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To paragraph 11, I think it's not sufficiently clear here now that I believe that this is an FAQ by UPO. So I would like it then that we should have it very clear here to say that we encourage the Secretary to continue provide information to the Vice Secretary General of UPO. So will you just delete until Vice Secretary General? To support, and then after UPO, to support UPO in finalizing its FAQ, and then delete the review of the draft FAQ on the interrelations between the three bodies as contained. So then I think it's both clear that what we are expecting from our Secretariat, and it's a bit more clear what kind of FAQ we are talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norway. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor. And it's just to echo Norway's point on clarification. What is being sought here is not a joint FAQ. It's to provide input on an FAQ that has been generated by UPOV to be shared with the plant treaty for feedback on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. Democratic Republic of Congo.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, pour la parole accordée. Nous sommes dans un organe directeur du traité international sur les ressources phytogénétiques, mais nous sommes en train de regarder ce qui se passe dans les autres organisations que nous voulons associer. Moi, je souhaiterais que le point 11, tel que la France l'a modifié, on le couple au point 13, puisque là, on serait en symbiose avec les titres de la résolution. Donc, on prendrait les 13, on va le coupler là-bas, puisque l'intérêt ici, c'est d'autres organisations auxquelles on ferait allusion. À ce moment-là, on va y aller. Mais on ne peut pas venir à l'organe directeur d'un traité, on essaie de voir aller travailler avec les autres sur... Je n'entre pas dans d'autres considérations puisqu'on y est déjà. Puisque les membres de l'organe directeur ici, nombreux ne sont pas membres de UPOV. Mais si on estime que le travail est important, alors qu'on couple le 11 et le 13 qui a été proposé par, je crois, le Canada, qu'on le couple, puisque c'est ça l'intérêt qu'on veut, pour donner le sens à la résolution. Merci.
Merci, la République démocratique du Congo. Est-ce qu'il y a des changements au niveau du paragraphe 11 à proposer, ou est-ce qu'on peut accepter le paragraphe avec les propositions de changement telles que projetées sur l'écran? Tanzania.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to follow up on Agenda 11. I'm in support of what was clarified by the Sweden previously. And this is because this work is already been since previous meeting, GB8, I'm not sure. And as I can see, it is on areas of interrelations. That is, there are areas that the three bodies having a common interest. And because it's a work that is started, we really wish that it is completed. So I align with what Sweden said before the other speakers. And I'm also concerned with the corrections and additions that were added just recently, I think, with Norway. And I wonder whether now it remains only for the two bodies, that is UPOV and governing body, because CBD is now removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanzania. I would ask you, colleagues, if you have any objection on that paragraph. If yes, what are your changes? If not, we can accept and move on. Niger.
Merci. Merci, Madame la Présidente, et merci encore la Norvège pour votre souplesse, vraiment, chaque fois d'être au milieu. Vraiment, j'apprécie cela. Et avant de commencer, pour répondre à la France, que ça c'est votre mal interprétation du traité. Le traité ne reconnaît pas le certificat d'obtention végétale. Ça c'est votre interprétation, il faut garder ça là-bas. Maintenant, on apprécie vraiment la proposition de Norvège, mais toujours est-il dit que comme c'est un travail, donc il faut le limiter. Il faut maintenant ajouter d'ici la 10e session de l'organe directeur. Merci.
Merci le Niger. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Niger. We are in agreement in the spirit of compromise. We like the proposal put forward from Norway, and we encourage other delegates to adopt it so we can move on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning I had a problem about my flight because I was thinking if I should change the flight to later to join the one-day tour for tomorrow. But now it's sorted out because it seemed that I have to stay another 3 days to finish all the work. Thank you very much for that. Regarding the text for the paragraph 11, I support, Japan would like to support Swedish text, if I'm correctly understanding. Deletion of the cooperating with, doesn't really make sense in this document. So that's why I like to stay with the cooperating with. This is the first point. And probably I'm echoing somehow Tanzanians' friends to say we don't want to change the members of 3 to members of 2 for this text. This is second point. In that sense, again, I'd like to support the Swedish proposal, but without modification suggested by Norway. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have in the draft mentioned there, being shown up there, I have objection to the words finalizing and support in the third line. Both the word support is incorrect, nor finalizing its FAQ is incorrect because UPOV has already put up its FAQ. Where is the question of finalizing it?
You are suggesting India? Which word instead?
Yeah, the suggestion is cooperation is enough, information to cooperate with UPOV on its FAQ. Because it's already there and I don't think there is any option to correct it because it's not a draft. And why would they accept anything that ITPGRFA would give? Either we simply say that we would request the UPOW to amend in cooperation with the Secretariat, ITPGRFA.
Thank you. India. Are you suggesting to keep finalizing, or we can change it by, you are suggesting to change it by another word? India.
Amending its FAQ.
Excuse me, India, I will give the floor to the Secretary for some clarifications.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If I may to assist the discussion so that we can make progress. I wanted to draw attention of transit parties that what you're discussing here is a very specific task, an issue that governing body gave arising from the 8th session in 2019, where in resolution 12/2019, the governing body requested the Secretary to continue cooperating with the Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity and the Secretary General of UPOV on the review of the FAQ on the interrelations between international treaty, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and UPOV, as a basis to explore means to facilitate exchanges of experience and information on the implementation of UPOV Convention, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and the international treaty. So I think the particular clause here under consideration, paragraph 11, is with reference to this specific item and task. So it will be helpful if contracting parties and delegates could focus on that discussion and decide how to continue with this cooperation or provision of information and exchange of experiences for UPOV's FAQ on the interrelationship between the three bodies. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. Upon those clarifications, can we make progress on that paragraph? Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not because my flight is only tomorrow evening I'm requesting the floor again, but I would just like to ensure to take the concern of the Japanese colleague about collaboration on UPOV is not only dealt with in this paragraph only, but also in paragraph 9, where we are requesting the Secretary to participate in relevant meetings of UPOV. So I think collaboration with UPOV is already covered in paragraph 9. We could also add there, continue to cooperate and participate, if that would be preferable to make sure that we accommodate that concern. But then coming to paragraph 11, it is precisely about one specific product. So we have to decide whether this product, the FAQ, is a joint FAQ or a UPOV FAQ. Norwegian proposal was made to clarify that in our understanding, it is UPOV developing a FAQ. If we, listening to other interventions, would like to seek a joint FAQ, then I think that we need another process to do that, maybe have another expert group looking into it, because I think it's quite comprehensive issues if you like to have the governing body kind of approving that. But I think in our original proposal that it is the task of the Secretariat to provide information about our treaty to other international bodies. So that is why I would like to prefer to keep the other our original proposal. Even we had a decision on this last session, but then included also on the process, how to also have a process of exchanging and experiences and information. And I think now at this stage it's better to just encourage the Secretary to continue providing information to the Vice Secretary General of UPO for them to finalize, for UPO, to support UPO in finalizing its FAQ. And cooperation with UPO is covered in paragraph 9. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Norway. Do we agree on these changes in the text suggested by Norway, Tanzania?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as following the clarification from the Secretary and the other delegates, I think this is a task that has been there, not from the GB7, if I'm correct, and it's an ongoing task. And for that reason, I want to support the word finalizing to be there. And I think this is what India has said on UPOV accomplishing its FAQ is true, but it is not on the area that it is aimed with this request. It is only on the areas of interrelation. So to me, this appears is not the fact for UPOV, but the fact that has a common interest for the three bodies and which is ongoing. So it is supposed to be finalized. And the only thing that may not be relevant, but I would like to ask for the Secretariat, it looks like it has been a long time since it has been a request to accomplish this task, and probably that's why we're getting problem here, because we might have a lapse of memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanzania. Niger.
Merci, Secrétariat, pour la clarification. Nous appuyons la proposition de Norvège. Mais toujours, il dit que comme c'est un travail qui doit être fini, donc il faut donner un temps à ce travail. C'est pour ça que nous proposons d'ici la 10e session de l'organe directeur. J'ai déjà dit ça, on n'a pas mentionné. Maintenant, je vais répéter 10e session de l'organe directeur. Merci.
Merci, le Niger. United States of America.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm having a little bit of trouble with the way we've been putting things up on the screen because we've been talking about the Swedish proposal, and then there was the Norway proposal, and we can't see them separately, so it's a little bit hard to remember where we started and where to move forward. Based on what I've been listening very carefully to all of the helpful interventions in the room, and what I think I'm hearing is there's a lot of support for the Swedish proposal, but there was a little confusion, as Norway helpfully explained, about what the how the FAQ is being done, whether it's joint or whether it is a UPOV FAQ. Our understanding is that it is a UPOV FAQ, and so I wonder if we can go back and look at what the original Swedish proposal language was, and then see if we can tweak it maybe a little less extensively in order to make that point clear, and then maybe we can come to a point of agreement. I'm just having a little bit of trouble. I've lost the thread a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. Excuse me, Sweden. I will give back the floor to you just to remind your suggestion on that paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will be pleased to read the text once more. So we propose the text as follows. Requests the Secretary to continue cooperating with the Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity and the Vice Secretary General of UPOV in finalizing the review of the draft FAQ on the interrelations between the three bodies. And just as the United States correctly mentioned, it's a UPOV FAQ, so we could add the draft FAQ of UPOV to make it even more clear. And as we said earlier, this is just a way to finalize the work that was already decided upon at GB8. And that the Secretary just explained to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sweden. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor, and thank you for the Secretary for clarifying. And we would like to support Sweden in this very simplistic proposal. I'm just going to put it in layperson's terms. It is UPOV coming to the plant treaty asking, can you provide feedback on our FAQ? And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Argentina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm feeling very tired of this discussion. I don't think that the governing body wants to say that we don't want to do what we already said that we were going to do in 2019. So maybe I would suggest to make it very, very simple, because what we requested in 2019 was not finalized, so it needs to be continued to be able to finalize it. And I don't think that there are delegations here that want to say that what we decided in 2019 is something that we don't want to do anymore and leave the work at the middle without finalization. So my suggestion is to simply say, and if you can write it down, requests the Secretary of the International Treaty to continue the work requested in paragraph 10 of Resolution 12/2019. That's what we're saying. Finalize the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now the Swedish intervention looks more appropriate because one is looking for review of UPOV convention, UPOV FAQ on interrelationship, but for the information of the general body, governing body, let me mention, the UPOV has already put up its FAQ on relationship of other treaties, where they say things like the objectives of CBD and ITPGRFA are the conservation and sustainable use of genetic resources. Then they go on to say that both ITPGRFA and UPOV convention aim to support plant breeding activities, and so on. So it is already there, and there is no point of mentioning finalizing. It is already there. A finalizing review could be appropriate word, which Swedish intervention mentions. It is not finalizing FAQ, it is finalizing review of FAQ of UPOV. And they mention UPOV versus other treaties when they use the word between. If you want to specify CBD and ITPGRFA, then it should be among the three, not between, as an English matter, that's all. Among the three bodies. The same line. And it's not draft FAQ, it is already there. It is already published FAQ.
Thank you. India, Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we have a favorite among the different proposals on the screen now, but I think in spirit of compromise and moving forward, we could go along with the shortest proposal presented by Argentina, request the Secretary to finalize the work requested in paragraph 10 of the resolution from our last session. And I would suggest that we put this not as a paragraph 11, but as paragraph 10, so it can come in order after where we have talked about the Secretary participating in meeting in UPO. So it's very clear that this links to UPO. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norway. Do we agree on this proposal? Do we agree on this proposal for these changes suggested by Norway, Tanzania?
Yes, Madam Chair, we agree. I just wanted to consider if we can give the time frame. Probably we get this finalization reported in the 10th governing body. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanzania. Niger.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Comme vient de dire la Tanzanie, ok, donc c'est bon. Merci.
Merci, le Niger. Est-ce qu'on peut approuver les changements? Can we approve the changes? Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm joining this agreement, especially thanking Tanzania to suggest the timeline. And probably we don't really have to wait the next session, but I don't know how we are close to the end of the work. So maybe just saying at least or something like that. I mean, we don't really imply we will wait another 1 year to finish. So it's my suggestion would be at least or at latest or as soon as possible and at least. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan. Can we approve these changes for paragraph 11, Canada?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor. As someone who is living in both bodies, UPOV and the plant treaty right now, I'm uncertain whether I'm blessed or cursed. It is a remarkably short document, so I agree with Japan, just simply language as soon as possible or before the 10th session of the governing body. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Canada. Niger. Microphone.
Ok, c'est juste pour dire avant la 10e session.
Merci, le Niger. Sweden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just seek your clarification. Are you requesting our approval of this so-called Swedish proposal or the Argentinian proposal? Thank you.
We are seeking approval for the latest proposal, which is Argentina one. I see no objection on that. We need to delete the brackets, so it is as soon as possible before the GB10 and report to the GB10 governing body. Can we remove the brackets? I see no objection. I see no objection, so we approve this paragraph. Thank you very much. Let's move to the following one, 13. Any comments on that? France.
Excusez-moi, merci Madame la Présidente. Donc la France soutient la formulation faite par l'Argentine au paragraphe 13, étant donné que on a une lecture relativement large à travers le Conseil des droits de l'homme et les autres institutions pertinentes pour les droits de l'homme. Donc cette formulation nous convient très bien et donc est très inclusive. Merci.
Merci la France. No other comments? Can we approve the changes and the paragraph? I see no objection, so it is approved. Thank you very much. With this, can we approve the whole resolution? No objection, then it is approved. Thank you so much. Sorry. Before clapping hands, I didn't see the USA.
Sorry about that, and now I see that my question has been answered, so I'm all set. Thank you.
Yes, let's clap hands. Thank you very much. We'll move on now to the item on the implementation of Article 5 and 6, conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. The related document, RES item 12/L1, has been printed and distributed. We will wait a few minutes or a few seconds to put it on the screen. Just to remind that yesterday an informal group met under the leadership of the co-chairs. A draft resolution has been discussed extensively on the next activities in relation to the conservation and sustainable use of the genetic resources of food and agriculture, in particular in reconvening the ad hoc technical committee on sustainable use conservation and sustainable use. I will give the floor to the co-chairs to brief us on this item. Italy?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the two co-chairs, Italy and Philippines, I would like to present to the delegates the agreement reached yesterday during our contact group on small group, informal group on Article 5 and 6. So we reached an agreement on the text resolution. The main points contained in the agreement are, first, that we decide to reconvene the AXU in the next year. We have clear terms of reference for the AXU, mainly 2 points you can see in the terms of reference. So the first one will be support the finalization of the concept note on the joint program. Second one, suggestion for a future strategy on Article 5 and 6, so to be considered at GB10. Then, as a rationale, we decided to reduce the activities requested to the Secretary for the next year, taking into account the limited time from GB9 to GB10. And so we suggested to have activities that can be reached during this framework of time. So we suggest also to make a revision and finalization of the concept note of the joint program, because many regions would like to have more information on the joint program. So I would like also to raise your attention about one modification that we have to do in paragraph 10, because sorry, but yesterday was 2 in the morning when we finalized the text, so I just realized that there is a mistake in English word in paragraph 10. So I would like to draw your attention, if you can put on the screen.
It is coming.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you. So if you go on, then paragraph 9, maybe, I have in 10, sorry, where there are all the requests and bullet points. There is a mistake on bullet points 3. Yeah, strengthen collaboration with organizations such as the Commission, GGRFA on activities which are already supporting. Yeah. Sorry for the mistake, but it was really late yesterday. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Italy, for this presentation. The floor is open for your comments on the document. Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we will really congratulate the small group who worked into the very late night, but I also believe, and we are really appreciating their work, so we are very reluctant to make a suggestion now, but we will still, since it might be one of the issues that came up at the very end regarding the composition of this committee that is reconvening. We think it will be so important that this group will really manage to make best use of the limited time available within the next, before we meet again at the 10th session. So we would like to suggest that the co-chairs will be designated by the Bureau. The reason is that the Bureau is now already going to designate the technical experts, and I think it will be good that also the Bureau designate the co-chairpersons of this committee, because then they could be part in preparing the work prior to the meetings instead of waiting till the meeting to start. So I think that would be very, very helpful for the preparations and conducting of the work of this important committee. But if if it's any reservations to make this change, we would withdraw our proposal. It's just a suggestion because we think it will be very helpful for the work. So it is in the terms of reference. Yeah, thank you very much. It's on the screen now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norway. We still have around 5-6 minutes for interpretation. Spain. Microphone to Spain, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is not really in this issue raised by Norway, so you can finish that discussion first and then I can intervene. It's just a minor thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Spain. Argentina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we can support this issue raised by Norway. We think it is a good procedure. In addition to that, my region believes that the co-chairpersons should be in addition to the 5 members or 2 or 3 members that each region nominates. And this is in order to ensure, on the one hand, a proper regional balance, and on the other hand, the possibility for the co-chairperson to be independent in the work of the committee. This is the practice in other committees, such as the farmers' rights, for example, or the one that we are going to have, the working group that we're going to have on the multilateral system. So our suggestion could be exactly as it is now on the screen, in addition to the members of the ACT, or nominated by the regions, yes. And just to advance that information, we will be suggesting something around these words in the section on subsidiary bodies on item 17, in order to make it a general rule applying to all the committees and groups. We think that it's useful not to reduce the representation of 2 regions when electing co-chairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. Uruguay.
Gracias, Su Presidencia. Primero que todo, quisiera agradecer el esfuerzo que han hecho todas las delegaciones. Como decía el delegado de Italia, hasta las 2:30 de la mañana, para una resolución que estaba bastante confusa, que quedó para nuestro entender muy clarificada y en el cual nuestra región le pone mucha esperanza a un tema que para nosotros es sumamente importante, como es uso sostenible. Agradeciendo a los 2 co-chairs, aceptamos la propuesta de Noruega y ratificamos la propuesta de Argentina. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Uruguay. Spain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we would also like to support the suggestion made by Norway, and for the reasons given by Argentina as well. We think it's good to have some independence in the chairs, and then that also benefits small delegations so that they don't lose a representative. And then if we can go up again to the bullet point, which was modified or corrected by Italy, I think it should read, in that bullet point, in the 3rd one, it should read on the activities which are already supporting the implementation of the treaty. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Spain. Slovenia.
No.
Can we approve the changes suggested by the floor? Can we approve the resolution? I see no objection. It is approved. Thank you very much, colleagues. We will be back here at the plenary at 4:30 to discuss the remaining resolution on item 17 and for the adoption of the report. Thank you very much. There is a small announcement from the Secretariat. If you can wait just for a few minutes, please.
We would like to announce that a small informal group will meet after this session to work on the MIPO and try to come back to the plenary with a text already advanced to make good use of the time. The informal group will meet in the committee 11 after this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The session is closed. Dear colleagues, we are starting our evening session. I will give 2 more minutes for the colleagues who are outside the room to get back in the room to start our session. We will start our session by presentation of the report of the Credential Committee, followed by the co-chair of the Budget Committee presentation to introduce his report, and then we will have the presentation of the facilitator of the MIPO small group, followed by the item 20 on the election of the chairperson and the vice chairperson of the 10th session. And then we will follow by opening the 21st item on date and place of the 10th session, and we will proceed with the adoption of the report. I will now give the floor to the chair of the Credential Committee to introduce his report. USA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The governing body elected 7 members of the Credential Committee from the following contracting parties: Eswatini, Honduras, Malaysia, Papua New Guinea, Spain, Sudan, and the United States of America. The members of the Credentials Committee elected Ms. Janet Shannon of the U.S. to serve as chair. The Credentials Committee met on 20 and 22 September 2022 to review the credentials submitted by contracting parties attending the 9th session of the governing body. The Credentials Committee noted the content of Rule 3 of the General Rules of the Organization on Delegations and Credentials, as well as the practice and criteria followed by FAO with respect to the acceptance of credentials in line with the practice of the General Assembly of the United Nations on the matter. The Credentials Committee reviewed 94 credentials received and recommends to the governing body to accept 94 valid credentials. The Credentials Committee deferred its consideration on the credentials deposited by the Republic of the Union of Myanmar, pending a decision by the United Nations General Assembly on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Are there any comments? I see none. I will now call upon the co-chair of the Budget Committee, who met this week and finalized the budget, to update the plenary on the results on their discussion. Ms. Sebnam Chivakoti from Nepal to introduce the report of the Budget Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll speak on behalf of the Budget Committee as its co-chair. The other co-chair, Mr. Francois Paithwide, had to leave Delhi yesterday for another engagement, so I take this opportunity to also express my great appreciation to my co-chair for his able chairmanship. I would also like to convey my sincere appreciation to all the committee members for their dedication to the committee's mandate and the great spirit of cooperation to finalize the draft resolution on the work program and budget. The Budget Committee meeting met several times to review the draft budget in order to finalize the core administrative budget for 2022-2023 biennium on the basis of the core work program for the 2022-23 biennium that has been now approved by the governing body. The revised draft resolution contains a consolidated proposal that the Budget Committee has agreed to recommend to the governing body, which contains the core work program and the core administrative budget for the year 22-23 biennium. In addition, the draft resolution also contains in the Annex 4 the terms of reference for the Budget Committee that was agreed, and in Annex 2 the Secretariat staffing of the IT. Due to the late submission for translation, the information on the indicative scale of contributions as reflected in Annex 3 is available in English version only that has been presented. The Budget Committee would therefore like to submit the draft resolution, work program and budget 22-23 for review and adoption by the governing body. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sabnam Chivakoti, for this presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just additional information to delegates. As the co-chair of the Budget Committee indicated, the English version we have on the website under insertion documents has a full list under the indicative scale of contributions. But in the printed version, in order to save paper and and avoid unnecessary wastage, we decided to omit the list of countries and the percentages of their budget. The indicative scale. This is because this is a very fixed formula based on the scale of contributions that the UN adopted in December 2021, so that it's a very fixed formula so that the figures are known and can be calculated anytime. So in order not to waste paper unnecessarily, about 3 or 4 pages of list of countries, we decided to meet that for the printed copy. But the final version of the report, of course, will contain that specific information. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat, for these clarifications. Can we propose that this resolution be approved for adoption in the report? No objection. It is approved. Thank you. We are moving now to the multi-year program of work for the governing body of the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. As was decided, the small informal group met again over lunch to continue the discussion that the plenary had one agenda item 17 and finalized the MIPO. I call upon the facilitators of the informal group to update us and the plenary on the results of their discussion. Can we ask any of the participants in that group to take the floor? I will give the floor to the Secretary to read the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The resolution, in this resolution, the governing body recalling Resolution 13/2019 takes note of the provisional MIPO 2022-2027 as contained in the annex to this resolution. Paragraph 2 requests the Secretary, under the guidance of the Bureau of the 10th session, to update the provisional MIPO based on the decisions made at its 9th session, and requests the Secretary to disseminate it to contracting parties together with the report of the 9th session of the governing body. Additionally, paragraph 3, consideration of subsidiary bodies and intersessional processes, requests the Secretary, in supporting the arrangement for subsidiary bodies and intersessional processes, to take into consideration the following possible practical measures. First, the holding of concurrent meetings. Second, the development of mechanisms or practices to facilitate consultations among different subsidiary members. 3. The development of tools to facilitate the communication of information from national focal points or regional vice chair to subsidiary body members. Fourth, paragraph 4, decides to consider at its 10th session, when nominating co-chair for subsidiary bodies, ways to ensure balanced regional representation and independence of co-chairs.
I would like to remind the plenary that this item has been extensively discussed over several days within the informal group. I've been informed that the outcome reflects a general understanding and a compromise on a range of views and positions on some of the issues that were discussed. I encourage the plenary to take this into consideration in their comments. I open the floor for your comments. Can we approve it for adoption? I see no objection, so it is adopted. Thank you. Colleagues, colleagues, we are taking some time because the texts are arriving one by one, so they are being updated. This agenda item, under this agenda item, the resolution has been split into two parts. The first part has been presented by the Secretariat on the MIPO. The second part will be presented by the facilitator, who will introduce this part of resolution on DSI. I give her the floor. Germany.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you first for all the hard work of this group in a very constructive mood. We came to a number of decisions regarding digital sequence information, and these decisions include working on capacity building needs and on efforts to reduce the existing gap to use DSI, following the processes on DSI and relevant international fora, requesting the co-chairs of the enhancement process to include progress on DSI within their checkpoint report, and the need to bear in mind the need for mutually supportive implementation of the treaty and the CBD when considering solutions for DSI. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for the facilitator of this group.
Please.
The text will be projected Yes, it is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will introduce the resolution and read the paragraph one by one. The governing body, recalling that Resolution 13/2019 on the multi-year program of work for the international treaty, requested the Secretary to inform the governing body at its 9th session of the state of discussions and outcomes of the related processes in the Convention on Biological Diversity and in the Commission Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, as they relate to the potential implication of the use of digital sequencing information on genetic resources for the objective of the international treaty. First, noting that the governing body has not yet decided on the official terminology for digital sequence information, genetic sequence data, and therefore uses DSI-GSD until the new terminology is agreed. 2. Thanks those contracting parties and stakeholders that provided input on DSI/GSD as requested by the governing body through Resolution 13/2019. 3. Request the Secretary to continue following the discussion on digital sequence information, DSI, in other fora and to continue coordinating with the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity and the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture in any related activities in order to ensure coherence and avoiding duplication of work. 4. Takes note of the document IT/GB 9/22/17.2 Ref 1, consideration of digital sequence information in accordance with Resolution 13/2017 and the multi-year program of work. In particular, paragraph 13 to 15 regarding the latest deliberation of the open-ended working group on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework on DSA on genetic resources. 5. Encourages parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity in their consideration of potential decisions on a solution for fair and equitable benefit sharing for the use of DSA on genetic resources, to bear in mind the need for implementation of the International Treaty and of the Convention on Biological Diversity and its Nagoya Protocol to be mutually supportive. 6. Request the Secretary to continue monitoring developments in all relevant international fora with regards to DSI and to report to the governing body at its 10th session for consideration of the implication of those developments for the objectives and the functioning of the international treaty. 7. Acknowledges that in deciding to resume the process for enhancing the functioning of the multilateral system, the governing body has requested the co-chairs accord early attention to the issue of DSI-GSD and request that the co-chairs checkpoint report include the progress made regarding DSI-GSD. 8. Request the Secretary to invite contracting parties and stakeholders to provide information about their capacity building needs for accessing and using DSI-GSD and to share their experiences in this regard. 9. Request the Secretary to compile the information provided for consideration of the governing body at its 10th session. 10. Calls on contracting parties and other donors with the capacity to do so to promote the provision of financial resources and technical assistance to reduce the existing gaps on capacity regarding DSI-GSD between developed and developing countries. This is the end of the resolution.
Thank you very much. I open the floor for your comments on the presented resolution. Can we approve the resolution? United States of America.
Thank you, Chair. I have what I think is a technical edit, noting that we have the paragraph that says we'll use DSI/GSD in the context of the treaty. I believe in paragraph 6, where it just says DSI, it should be, yeah. And then in the other paragraphs where it refers to DSI, I understand that is specific to deliberations that are happening in another body where they're just speaking of DSI. Yeah, just making that one fixed in 6, and then also if the title of the resolution, I believe, should also be DSI/GSD. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On line, paragraph 2, are we supposed to take a decision about whether to term it as DSI or GSD? Is this governing body supposed to take a decision on it? Sorry, number 1. Who will be taking this official terminology decision? Is this governing body supposed to take it? If that is so, India would like to keep it DSI.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, India, for that question. The fact is that in most fora where this issue is being discussed, including the governing body of the international treaty, there has not been an accepted or finally settled definition or terminology. So the practice is to leave it in that format until a final decision is made. And that was not, of course, part of the discussion at this stage. It is hoped that at some point in the future that issue would be settled one way or the other, both within the treaty and hopefully in other fora where the issue is also being considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. Argentina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to say that we had a great experience in the small group discussing this document, and we think it's ready for its approval. We also share with India that we prefer DSI, but just to note that the group, of course, did not discuss this, and there is no time in this governing body to do so, so we can accept paragraph 1, which is what we already said, actually, for this document. I have a small correction on paragraph 4 that refers to the open-ended working group. The name should be corrected to have the right name of the open-ended working group, which is Open-ended Working Group on the Post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework and Digital Sequence Information on Genetic Resources. That could go away, yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Argentina. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a minor grammatical issue for sake of consistency on paragraph 1. I would start with notes that, so to be an operative word like every other, the rest of the text. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Australia.
Thank you, Chair. In paragraph 5, the editing has changed it to DSI/GSD, but for that one it's a specific title of a report, so I believe DSI is still the correct term for use in that paragraph.
Thank you, Australia. Can we adopt USA?
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for taking the floor again. I just wanted to come back to the edit that Argentina had proposed in paragraph 4. I do agree we should be using the correct title for the open-ended working group, but I looking at the reports from the group, it is just referred to as the open-ended working group on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. So I do believe that that is the complete title of the group, but if we could just double check that maybe and then have the Secretariat fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. The Secretariat will update the name of the group later. Thank you. Can we approve the resolution? So it is approved for adoption. Thank you very much. We are moving now to the agenda item 20, and I call for the nomination of the vice chairs of the 10th session of the governing body by the regions. First, I call for the nomination of the chair and then the vice chairs. Thank you. Congo. Microphone to Congo, please.
Merci Madame la Présidente pour la parole, distingués délégués. Nous voudrions bien, avant de nous prononcer sur ce point de l'ordre du jour, avoir la précision de ce que sera l'organe directeur 10 et la position des autres régions. Comment allons-nous procéder avec l'organe directeur 10? Et ce n'est qu'après cela que nous allons donc, au nom du groupe Afrique, donner notre position. Merci, Madame.
Merci, le Congo. I will call now for the nomination of the representatives of the regions for the 10th Bureau. Czech Republic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the European region, we would like to nominate Ms. Kim van Sieters from the Netherlands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Czech Republic. Australia.
Thank you, Chair. For the Southwest Pacific region, we'd like to nominate Ms. Alison Curran. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Canada. Microphone to Canada, please.
My apologies. Thank you, Madam Chair. Personally, on behalf of North America, I would like to nominate Christine Dawson. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Kuwait.
بالنسبة لإقليم الشرق الأدنى فنحن نرشح علي أشحاتة ممثل لإقليم الشرق الأدنى في هيئة المكتب. شكرا.
شكرا للكويت. تشيلي.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Por GRULAC, por la región de GRULAC, nominamos al señor Joaquín Salzberg de Argentina. Gracias.
Gracias, Chile. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of Asia, we would like to nominate Nepal, Ms. Sabnam.
Thank you, India. Congo.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Le groupe Afrique remercie toutes les régions pour l'honneur qui lui a été fait de diriger l'organe directeur neuf. Nous remercions le bureau sortant et particulièrement Madame Yasmina El Baloul du Royaume du Maroc, malgré sa volonté, a accepté d'assumer la fonction de la présidente de cet organe au nom du groupe régional Afrique. Nous vous prions, distingués délégués, de féliciter le bureau sortant et sa présidente par une salve d'applaudissements. Je vous en prie. À situation exceptionnelle, mesure exceptionnelle, dit-on. La pandémie de Covid-19 a montré la fragilité des dispositifs que nous croyons robustes. L'extension du mandat de l'organe directeur 9 à l'organe directeur 10, qui a été entériné par toutes les régions, démontre à suffisance comment nous formons une famille. Nous remercions donc la région Europe qui a accepté de différer son mandat à l'organe directeur 11. Comme on le dit souvent, on ne change pas l'équipe qui gagne. La région Afrique confirme Madame Yasmina El Baloul comme son représentant ou sa représentante au bureau de l'organe directeur 10. Je vous remercie.
Merci le Congo.
Thank you very much, delegates, for the nominations. This will be reflected in the reports in the appropriate place when we finally publish the report. In the meantime, we have received also from the developing countries, based on further consultations they had among themselves, they are renominating Ms. El Baloul as the chairperson of the 10th session of the governing body. Based on the fact that there is no further nominations for that position, I will call on this body to elect her as the chairperson of the 10th session of the governing body in the absence of any opposition. Congratulations, Ms. Elbalu. Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, everybody, for trusting your representatives in the previous bureau and the new bureau members. Congratulations to the new bureau, and I hope that we will continue working in the same spirit as we did during the last session. Thank you so much. United States of America. Microphone to United States of America.
Thank you so much. We would like to join others in congratulating you on your election and thanking you and all of the members of the GB9 Bureau for their leadership and guidance and welcoming their continued guidance. We would note that this was undertaken given that we are in exceptional circumstances, and we agree with that. In order to avoid setting a precedent, we would suggest that there be a note in the report regarding this. So if I could just read a proposed paragraph. The governing body noted the re-election of Ms. Yasmina Elbalula as chairperson and the vice chairperson of the governing body was approved as an extraordinary measure to provide for continuity and the timely advancement of treaty activities in view of the one-year abbreviated timetable until the 10th session. The governing body expressed its intention to resume typical terms of 2 years, limits on consecutive terms, and the rotation of the chairperson with the Bureau of the 11th session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United States of America. Argentina.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Queremos unirnos al resto de las regiones en el agradecimiento por su liderazgo durante esta reunión y en nuestro apoyo a su continuidad, y asimismo aprovechar esta ocasión para agradecer la extraordinaria hospitalidad del Gobierno de la India en esta reunión. Estamos muy contentos de estar llegando en este estado de deliberaciones a este final del órgano rector. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Argentina. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I wish to congratulate Madam Yasmina for being elected as the chairperson for the next governing body. Friends, Asia region would like to thank the Bureau, the Secretariat, and members of the subsidiary bodies and committees, all of whom have worked very hard in preparing for this session. Asia region would like to congratulate the Bureau members as well as the TT Secretariat for the excellent conduct of this 9th session of the governing body, and records its appreciation to all delegates for deliberating and arriving at consensus on many critical issues such as enhancement of multilateral system, realization of farmers' rights, some of which could not be agreed upon at the 8th session of the governing body. As a chair of the Asia region, I would like to thank all my fellow delegates of the region for their full support, cooperation, active contribution, and sharing the responsibilities for developing consensus on all agenda items. I am very grateful to them for faith reposed in me during the last 3 years. It is my great pleasure to hand over the baton for Asia Chair to Nepal for the next governing body. Asia region also takes this opportunity to extend greatest appreciation to Dr. Kent Nandoji, Secretary ITPGRFA, for his outstanding contribution, especially during the most difficult period of the COVID pandemic. We also congratulate him for extension of his tenure, which he richly deserves. Madam Chair, Asia region would like to particularly thank you for conducting the 9th session of the governing body with grace, poise and patience, all of which have contributed greatly to successful adoption of all resolutions marked for the session. You therefore deserve a standing ovation for the yeoman service rendered. The Asia region also extends sincere gratitude to Government of India for its excellent hosting of the governing body meeting in a magnificent manner. So I request all of you to please give a standing ovation to our chairperson of this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Agrawal, and thank you, India. Congo, before moving to the next agenda item.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. On ne tarira pas d'éloges. Le groupe régional Afrique tient donc à féliciter les nouveaux membres du bureau et à remercier toutes les régions pour avoir encore fait l'honneur au groupe Afrique pour diriger le bureau de l'organe directeur 10. Nous vous remercions sincèrement. Et nous félicitons Madame la Présidente pour cette élection. Comme vous avez su créer une symbiose avec le secrétariat, nous espérons que l'organe directeur 10 va nous apporter encore plus de succès. Nous remercions le gouvernement de l'Inde qui nous a fait découvrir ce beau pays à travers cette session. Et nous ne le dirons jamais assez, que ici nous avons palpé la réalité de la sécurité alimentaire. On a gagné quelques kilos pendant notre séjour, malgré le dur travail, mais nous avons gagné quelques kilos. Donc, Madame la Présidente, Messieurs les membres du bureau, Messieurs et Mesdames du secrétariat du TIRPA, nous vous félicitons et nous vous souhaitons plein succès dans votre mission. Je vous remercie.
Merci, le Congo. Australia.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Southwest Pacific region, we reiterate our thanks to the Chair and Bureau for their service during the 9th session in extraordinary and challenging times, and welcome you as Chair and the new members of the 10th Bureau in what will be a different set of challenging circumstances as we come together in just one more year. I'd also like to thank again our host, India, for tremendous work in putting on in hosting us during the meeting, and also our thanks to the Secretary, Kent Nadozi, and staff of the Secretariat for the work. We welcome the progress on the treaty on a wide range of fronts, and we do look forward to rejoining you all in just 1 year. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Lebanon.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة لإعطاء الكلمة. بالنيابة عن أقليم الشرق الأدنى نود أن نشكرك سيدتي على إدارة هذا الاجتماع ونهنئك على انتخابك كرئيسة للجهاز الرئاسي المقبل. كما نود أن نشكر أمين المعاهدة والأمانة على الجهود التي بذلوها في التحضير لهذه الدورة.
شكرا لبنان. Thank you, colleagues, all of you. Let's move now to the following agenda item, 21, which is the date and the place of the 10th session. We've discussed this early this week, and we have convened that it will be held in Rome. This will be incorporated in the report. The precise date will be announced later. It will be announced by the Secretariat now.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Before I give you the tentative date for the next session of the governing body, I will also join the distinguished delegates in congratulating you on your re-election, I would say, as the chair of the governing body. It certainly has been a tremendous pleasure to work with you these past 3 years, and the bureau members of the governing body for that. Yes, it's been a tremendous support to the Secretariat, and it made it possible that despite all the challenges we faced during this period, we were able to continue to work and deliver on the work program. If it wasn't for the support and the guidance we received from the bureau that worked in a very, very harmonious and supportive manner, we wouldn't have been able to achieve all that. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the next year to continue to work with you to serve the contracting parties. So as you would recall, additionally, yes, also I would also take note of the statement by the U.S. regarding the extraordinary circumstances, and this will be captured in the report of the governing body. So moving forward, as you would recall, at the start of the session, you had discussed the issue of the dates and place of the next session of the governing body, given the possible implications on the rest of the discussions, and decided that the 10th session will be held in Rome in 2023. As soon as we got that mandate, we'll look at possible dates, taking into account an international calendar and other events, so that we can essentially block the space and occupy this possible best space for that period, and allow delegates also for forward planning to also block their own calendar for that for the session. So tentatively, we have made arrangement to have the next session of the governing body from the 20th to the 25th of November 2023 in FAO headquarters, Rome. So further details, of course, will be provided closer to the session, including official invitation. But this is tentative because we need to go through the formal process of informing the FAO Director General of the dates. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Nadozi. It was a pleasure working with you too. Thank you. I see India requesting the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First, I congratulate the chairperson for being elected for the 10th GB. In India, we live with the dictum Ati Deva Bhava, which embodies the traditional Indian Hindu Buddhist philosophy of revering guests with the same respect as God. It is with this spirit that we set out to host the 9th governing body meeting of the planned treaty, and we hope you would have all felt the warmth and goodwill of the hospitality extended. Moreover, the theme of the session organized by India entitled Celebrating the Guardians of Crop Diversity towards an inclusive post-2020 global biodiversity framework aimed to showcase the rich cultural, linguistic, culinary and biological diversity of India. We hope we were successful in this endeavor. India places on record its deepest gratitude to the Treaty Bureau and the Secretariat for accepting the invitation to host GB9 in our country. An invitation extended personally by our Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Sri Naren Singh Tomar, during the opening session of the GB8 meeting held in Rome in 2019. We also indebted to Sri Tomarji for gracing the inaugural function of GB9 and setting the tone of the meeting by urging the distinguished gathering to take steps for genetic resources governance by balancing conservation with commerce, utilization with equity, technology with traditional knowledge, investment with innovation, and access the benefit sharing. The 6th deliberation of GB9, 2 days of the pre-event and numerous side events, exhibitions, and culture program have been successful due to the effort of the many organizations and individuals, and each one is thanked immensely. A special mention is to be made of the technical and financial inputs from the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare and logistic support from Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Tourism, and the subsidiary relevant department, especially PPB and FRA, Department of Agriculture Research Education, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, and National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resource, and the Delhi Police. Madam Chair, India is grateful to the GB9 for approving all the listed agenda, especially those related to farmer rights and enhancement of the MLS, call for greater funding to the gene bank, and other related issues that impact a biodiversity-rich country like India. India leadership in management of PGRFA and got due recognition by the August body by election of Bureau Vice Chair in this GB and Vice Chair for MLS enhancement in the next GB. India made a contribution to the Benefit Sharing Fund through the Federation of the Seed Industry of India is an encouraging start, and we hope to increase this manifold in near future while urging the contracting party to follow the suit. Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely delighted that GB9 has agreed to India hosting a global symposium and look forward to hosting at least some of you, if not all, in this proposed meeting sometime next year. Madam Chair, allow me to extend my personal thanks to a few individuals who have worked tirelessly with me as Indian National Focal Point and made this meeting a success. My sincere gratitude to Sri Manoj Ahuja, Secretary Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, for his guidance, and all the staff of the Department of Agriculture and Cooperation for enormous support. I thank the members of the Indian delegation, Dr. R.C. Agrawal, Dr. K.V. Prabhu, Dr. Pritva Brahmi, and Dr. Sunil Achak for their technical supports. All chairpersons and members of the organization committee, especially Dr. Ranjana Akpal, Dr. A.K. Singh, Dr. D.K. Yadav, for the help in logistics, are grateful acknowledged. I thank the management and staff of Hotel Pullman for providing the excellent venue and associate support for this meeting. India thanks and congratulates Dr. Kent Nandozuji, Secretary ITPGRFA, and his very efficient secretariat staff for smooth execution of GB9 procedures in a flawless manner. Finally, India extends its sincere gratitude and appreciation to Madam Chair for the outstanding role played in the conducting the GB9 meeting and most efficiently, and congratulations for her for the re-election as GB10 Chair. Thank you one and all. India would be happy to welcome to you in the near future. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, India. We'll come back to the closing statements, but before we are going to the last item on our agenda, which is the adoption of the report. It has been printed and distributed, and I will call for its adoption paragraph by paragraph. But now I invite the rapporteur to join us and present his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my capacity as rapporteur of the 9th session of the governing body, I'm pleased to present the draft report. Delegates, I have developed this report for your consideration with the support of the Secretariat, which I warmly thank. You will note that for agenda items where a resolution has been agreed upon, the report will simply refer to the corresponding working documents and the approved resolution. The resolutions will be numbered progressively. The text of the draft report has been finalized following the end of yesterday evening's plenary to allow for translation. It contains the term adopted only for resolutions that have been pre-approved for final adoption as of yesterday. For the resolutions that have been pre-approved today, the XXX in the draft report is to be replaced with the term adopted. Delegates, I invite you to consider the adoption of this draft report and the resolutions that will be attached to it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much to our rapporteur. I suggest that we adopt section by section the first part of the report until paragraph 17, and then we will proceed to the adoption paragraph by paragraph. We will start by the first section, introduction. Can we adopt this section? I see no objection. It is adopted. Thank you. The second section, inaugural ceremony and opening session. If no further comments, we adopt this section. Let's move to the following section, the chairperson and vice chairperson. We will proceed now to the adoption paragraph by paragraph. Paragraph 18. Are there any comments? No objection, then the paragraph is adopted. Paragraph 19. I see no objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 20. No objection. It is adopted. The following part on the adoption of the agenda. Paragraph 21. No objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 22. No objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 23. No objection. It is adopted. Let's move to the participation of observers. Paragraph 24. No objection. It is adopted. Election of the rapporteur. Paragraph 25. No objection. It is adopted. The appointment of the Credentials Committee and verification of credentials, paragraph 26. No objection. It is adopted. Establishment of a Budget Committee, 27. No objection. It is adopted. The report report of the chairperson of the governing body, paragraph 28. No objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 29. No objection. It is adopted. Report of the Secretary of the Governing Body. Paragraph 30. No objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 31. No objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 32. No objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 33. No objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 34. No objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 35. No objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 36. No objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 37. No objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 38. No objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 39. No objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 40. No objection. It is adopted. Let's move now to celebrating guardians of the crop diversity and towards an inclusive post-2020 global biodiversity framework. Paragraph 41. No objection. It is adopted. Implementation and operations of the multilateral system of access and benefit sharing. Paragraph 42. I see Germany.
Thank you for giving me the chair on this item. My intervention refers to implementation and operation of the multilateral system and also to the implementation of Article 12.3a. As we noted that it is written here in the report that there would be resolution, but we see that yet this item is not captured in the report and neither in a resolution. We seek indulgence and would like to suggest, also based on the normal structure of the report and in consultation also with the Secretariat, to reflect that in the resolution under 9.1, under the item 9.1, to add in the part 2, after paragraph 10, one additional paragraph. We have sent the text already to the Secretariat, but I can read it out. Ich muss nur gerade mal hier. Should I read it out? Yeah.
Yes, please.
So the additional paragraph in resolution to item 9.1 under part 2, operations of the multilateral system, would then read, based on our suggestion, takes note of document IT/9/22/9.1.i/circ.1 and the request for guidance on the safe implementation of Article 12 12.3a of the international treaty provided by the EU and its member states, in which they set out their understanding and aim to implement Article 12.3a based on the consideration that the importance for food security of PGRFA, including multiple use crops, is determined by their use for agricultural production of food and feed, and or by their use for generating income through the selling of food and feed products, as well as of selling agricultural non-food feed products. Semicolon, takes note of the absence of objection to this understanding, semicolon, and recommends to provide advice and guidance on legally safe implementation of Article 12.3a in the context of the re-established process for the enhancement of the functioning of the multilateral system. So again, we ask for your indulgence that, and the request to add this paragraph in the resolution, as it seemed, according to the structure of the report and how usually these issues are captured, it seemed the most appropriate way to capture this item that was discussed by the governing body. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. Are there any objections to the proposal of Germany? Australia?
Thank you, Chair. I guess the discussion on implementation of Article 12.3a concluded with, I guess, your comment that welcoming the exchange of views, and that was it. And I think that the report could simply state that, and that would be, I think, an appropriate way of dealing with it, rather than reopening a resolution that we've agreed to adopt. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. United States of America.
Thank you, Chair. We support the proposal by Australia. We agree that any reference to this discussion should be in the report itself and not in the resolution, and that it should just simply state that the discussion happened. So we support Australia's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We support the proposal made by Australia, endorsed by the United States. We would prefer to see the proposal made by Germany projected in the screen. Since we do not have it, we do not think that we can decide on it now, so we prefer to follow the suggestion made the proposal made by Australia. Thank you.
Thank you. Brazil, Argentina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for Argentina, it's a little bit late to table discussions, but we would welcome noting this in the report as suggested by Australia. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. Congo.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je crois que dans la pratique, dans ce genre de réunion, si nous sommes arrivés au niveau de l'adoption du rapport, c'est peut-être une note de bas de page que on pouvait mettre sur ce point de l'ordre du jour pour exprimer la position d'un pays. Il ne s'agit pas de rouvrir encore la résolution, Madame. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, le Congo. Back to Germany. Germany.
Yeah, thank you. We are fine with moving the suggested text to the report, and I think it would require only very slight editorial changes to make the flow adapting to the report instead of a part in the resolution.
Thank you, Germany. So I will read the paragraph as newly formulated in the report. The governing body considered the document implementation of Article 12.3a of the International Treaty. The governing body welcomed the exchange of views on Article 12.3.a. I will get back to the paragraph 42 for final adoption. I see no objection, so this paragraph is adopted. Can we adopt the paragraph 43 on the implementation of Article 12.3.a of the International Treaty as I've just read it? I see no objection, so it is adopted. We are now reaching the enhancement of the functioning of the multilateral system on access and benefit sharing. Paragraph 44. I see no objection, so it is adopted. Paragraph 45 on the proposal for an amendment of the International Treaty. I see USA requesting the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to note that there wasn't a decision or a resolution that came out of the consideration of this document, so we would suggest deleting that second sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. I will ask Switzerland to confirm this resolution, this change.
Yes, thank you for the floor, Madam Chair. Indeed, there was no decision on the extension of the treaty. However, it was discussed, grouped together with 9.2. So perhaps we could amend that the government body reflected guidance or reflected its guidance in the resolution related to the expansion of the MLS, as those two items were grouped together. So still make reference to the resolution where we decided to open to reestablish the working group. I think that would better reflect how we handled this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland.
If I may, you recall that at the last session of the governing body asked Switzerland whether it wished to reconfirm this proposal for continuation of consideration. So that might be one approach to do so. So we could follow a similar approach this time, since the issue is still under consideration. No decision was taken on it.
Switzerland.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for reminding us of that indeed, and we would like to reiterate our request that was made in plenary that it is tabled at the next GB. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. Argentina.
Gracias, señora presidenta, y tomamos nota de lo señalado recién por Suiza. No obstante, en el tratamiento de este tema de agenda notamos que la descripción más adecuada es la realizada inicialmente por Suiza, que es que fue considerado en conjunto con el tema de ampliación del funcionamiento del sistema multilateral. Entonces, tal vez esta apreciación de Suiza debería ser incluido en el reporte específicamente.
Gracias, Argentina. The paragraph will be updated by the suggestion of Switzerland. Can we approve this paragraph 45 then? USA.
Thank you, Chair. We've just asked, can you read out what that language would be so that we can consider it? Thank you.
Thank you, USA.
It would read, after the governing body considered the document, some proposal for an amendment of the international treaty. The government of Switzerland reaffirmed its proposal for the consideration of the governing body at its next session.
Argentina.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we take note of this suggestion. For the rest of the consideration of the report, we would thank to note the suggestions that parties make, as the contracting parties make, and not to suggest text on behalf of contracting parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. Switzerland.
Yes, thank you for the floor again. I wanted actually to recall the text that was in the report of GB8 and suggest that we use the same text as we're in the same situation. And thank you, Mr. Secretary, for having already read out that text. So that is indeed our suggestion, to use that same language as is included in paragraph 35 of the report of GB8. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. Can we adopt the paragraph? I see no objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 46 on the funding strategy of the international treaty. I see no objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 47 on the global information system. No objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 48, conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. I see no objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 49, farmers' rights. No objection. It is adopted. Compliance, paragraph 50. United States of America.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any comments on the text of the report itself, but I wanted to point out that in the underlying resolution, I believe there is an error in what we had agreed in the room that I wanted to flag. It's in paragraph H. We had agreed that that this paragraph is about compliance reporting, not simply about compliance. And so we had made that fix in one place, but it looks like in this text the fix didn't make it to the second place. So that first part of that sentence should read, requests the Secretary, subject to the availability of resources, to organize training workshops on compliance reporting and training and information sessions on compliance reporting. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. Netherlands.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following the discussion also yesterday, I think that is a correct interpretation of what we agreed upon, so we would support that proposal made by the US. Thank you.
Thank you, Netherlands. Can we adopt the paragraph 50? No objection. So the paragraph is adopted. There was an update on the members of the compliance committee, and I will call the secretary to introduce him.
For the region Southwest Pacific, there is the new nomination of Mr. Michael Ryan to serve in the committee from next year, 2023. No? Sorry, the update is to replace Mr. Michael Ryan with Emily Carroll. Sorry for that. From next year.
Thank you very much. And we congratulate the new member of the committee. Let's move to the paragraph 51 on the contribution of the FAO on the implementation of the international treaty. I see no objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 52, cooperation with international instruments and organizations. No objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 53. No objection, so adopted. Paragraph 54. I see no objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 55. No objection. It is adopted. Paragraph 56. No objection, so it is adopted. We are reaching the multi-year program of work of the international treaty with the paragraph 57. No objection, it is adopted. Paragraph 58, considerations of digital sequence information. No objection, it is adopted. Review of the subsidiary bodies and institutional processes. Paragraph 59. No objection. Sorry, colleagues. So no reaction. This paragraph is adopted. Let's move to the adoption of the work program and budget, paragraph 60. No objection. It is adopted. 61.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to draw attention that the draft reference of the Budget Committee is now incorporated in the resolution adopting the work program and budget. So we'll adjust that accordingly to reflect that new position of the draft. It becomes an annex, has become an annex to the resolution on draft program of work and budget. So would amend this accordingly to reflect that reality.
Thank you. Can we adopt this paragraph 61? No objection, then it is adopted. Paragraph 62 related to the appointment of the Secretary of the Governing Body of the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. I see no objection, so it is adopted. Paragraph 63, no objection, it is adopted. Date and place of the 10th session, paragraph 64, no objection, it is adopted. Paragraph 65. Paragraph 65, no objection, it is adopted.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. With your indulgence, may I suggest that perhaps under the this section on date and place of next session to actually make a specific reference thanking the government of India for its generosity and hospitality and the excellent facility that it had provided for this session.
I see no objection on that, so we can adopt it.
So we'll provide the appropriate wording.
I move now to the adoption of the whole report and all its annexes. I see no objection, so the whole report is adopted with its annexes. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, colleagues. I will call now for the regional statements for the closing session. Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Canada is making this statement on behalf of the North American region. First, we would like to thank you for your exemplary leadership in expertly chairing this session of the 9th governing body. for the excellent and efficient support from the Secretariat and the Bureau, and the active engagement of all distinguished and esteemed delegates. We feel this has made for a very productive session in an environment of healthy discussions with the necessary elements of debate and flexibility to arrive at consensus on many important topics, noting in particular resuming the process for the enhancement of the functioning of the multilateral system, farmers' rights, and the successful conclusion of the work of the ATEC, to mention just a few. We want to thank India for their tremendous hospitality, to the privilege to have been exposed firsthand to the cultural diversity of this wonderful country and creating an enriching environment conducive to achieving the positive outcomes we have here before us today. We depart with a sense of accomplishment, renewed optimism, and enthusiasm, reinforcing the important role this body plays for the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA, for food security, and for sustainable agriculture. We look forward to the intersessional interactions and wish everybody a safe trip home. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Canada. Argentina.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Señora presidenta, estimados y estimadas delegadas, el GRULAC quiere, primero que nada, agradecer la extraordinaria hospitalidad del Gobierno de la India, el dedicado trabajo de la Secretaría y la gran amabilidad de todos los que hicieron posible esta novena reunión del órgano rector. En esta reunión hemos logrado dar un nuevo paso en el trabajo del Tratado Internacional. Hemos trabajado arduamente, con compromiso y hasta largas horas de la noche y desde tempranas horas de la mañana. Hemos conseguido resultados muy importantes, como la continuidad del Comité sobre Conservación y Uso Sostenible, el Comité del GLIS y la reanudación del trabajo sobre la ampliación del sistema multilateral. Hay cuestiones también que no hemos logrado conseguir, como la continuidad del trabajo sobre derechos del agricultor, del Comité, que el GRULAC espera que se retome próximamente. Agradecemos a todos los delegados por su compromiso, su trabajo y su flexibilidad. Trabajaremos como región activamente durante el periodo entre sesiones para lograr una exitosa 10ª reunión del órgano rector. Señora Presidenta, estimados y estimadas delegadas, participantes en general del órgano rector, un cálido saludo del GRULAC y nos vemos en Roma. Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Muchas gracias, Argentina. Uganda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I take the floor on behalf of the Africa Region delegations. First of all, to thank the government of India for the great hospitality we have enjoyed, for the great food, which has certainly improved our health despite the pressure of work. And we look forward to working with the new focal point of the international treaty from India. You're welcome. Madam Chair, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all the contracting parties and the delegations in this room
for the very warm and positive and constructive discussions that we've had within this room, in the small rooms, and also in the corridors. Madam Chair, we believe that we've entered an era of renewed commitment to moving the treaty forward, particularly when we're able to bring on board the renewal of the enhancement of the functioning of the multilateral system back into the formal process, as we have agreed. Madam Chair, we note that indeed there are challenges ahead of us, but we believe that with a renewed spirit of commitment and working together, we should be able to overcome the challenges ahead of us. And as Africa region, we renew our commitment in this process to continuing to work together with all the contracting parties to achieve the objectives that we want to achieve as far as the objectives of the international treaty are concerned. I thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I would also like to further congratulate you for having a double share of the most important office of this international treaty as chair of the governing body, and it is a further assurance from the Africa region that we are indeed prepared to provide all the resources, the human resources that we have to support the processes of the international treaty. And indeed, the Africa region commits to continue supporting you in the intersessional period up to governing body session 10. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Uganda, Australia.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Southwest Pacific region, I'd like to reiterate my thanks to the Bureau, to the Secretary and the staff of the Secretariat for their tireless work during the ninth session of the governing body, and to our hosts, India, for the cultural events, the exhibitions, the venue, their support. As I said at the start, they have set a very high standard for anyone who wants to host the governing body. We welcome progress on the implementation of the treaty and believe the Bureau for the 10th session is well positioned to build on this work, and we look forward to continuing efforts with implementation of the treaty. And in particular, look forward to working with our colleagues in the Southwest Pacific region on implementation of the treaty going forward. On a personal note, I'd like to thank Francois Pithu and Sunil Achak for their work helping the enhancement process to restart. And I look forward to working with Sunil and others in the working group as we come forward to GB10 with our checkpoint report. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Republic of Moldova.
Thank you. Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of European region, let me express my gratitude to all participants of the governing body 19 for their attendance either in person or online. You are very glad to see the outcomes achieved in all agenda items. It was achieved thanks to the hard work, patience, and spirit of compromise that all delegations have shown of this week. We would like to thank the Secretariat, the Bureau, Dr. Kent Nandozi, and his team, and especially you, Madam Chair, for the enormous work that has been made here in the last 3 years to prepare these governing body sessions. Without that, you would have been impossible to achieve this progress. You would like to thank all observers who have attended and show so much interest in our work. They are important partners in implementing the treaty. We would also like to thank the interpreters for their amazing work in helping us to understand each other. Proper understanding is the basis preconditions for a good spirit in the room and cooperation among all of us. Madam Chair, we would like to express our great appreciation to the Government of India for hosting the 9 sessions of governing body and for the exceptional hospitality that you have been enjoying over the whole week. All facilities were excellently prepared for us to work smoothly. You say the diversity of groups displayed. You tasted different food and enjoyed various cultural performances. You are grateful to have experienced a small part of the enormous diversity that India entails. We were all impressed and deeply touched to have able to work together in one of the main centers of global agrobiodiversity. Madam Chair, please accept our warm congratulations on your election as Chair of Governing Body 10 of International Treaty and best wishes for your success. We are looking forward to meeting you all at the 10 sessions of the governing body. And finally, thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Republic of Moldova, on behalf of the European region. Saudi Arabia.
شكرا سعادة الرئيسة. أود أن أشكر سعادتكم وكافة فريقك، كما أود أن أهنئك على انتخابك وإدارتك السابقة، ونتمنى لك مزيدا من التقدم والنجاح. كما أنتهز هذه الفرصة بشكر حكومة الهند على كرم الضيافة وحسن الاستقبال، كما أتقدم بالشكر لكافة الوفود وما وصلنا إليه من مشاركة حثيثة في هذه الدورة، ونتطلع إلى مزيد من التقدم والنجاح، وهذا باسم نيابة عن الشرق الأدنى والمملكة العربية السعودية. وشكرا سعادة الرئيسة.
شكرا للعربية السعودية. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of Asia, once again, we would like to thank everybody and wish to congratulate for adoption of this report based on this consensus. So it's really a great satisfaction. On behalf of Asia, again, we would like to extend sincere gratitude to Government of India for its excellent hosting of this governing body meetings in a magnificent manner. And once again, I wish to congratulate the chairperson for getting elected as the GB chair for the 10th session. And we welcome on behalf of Asia the all new bureau members. Thank you once again.
Thank you, India. Kenya.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya joins Africa region and all other delegates to congratulate you for your exemplary leadership. Your performance in steering this session was exceptional. We congratulate you for your re-election and wish you God's grace as you continue to serve us. We congratulate the new members of the Bureau and wish them well. We thank the Secretariat and the Secretary for their continued hard work. We thank India for their exceptional hospitality. Kenya welcomes the renewal of the efforts to enhance the MLS. We encourage all contracting parties to accord the MLS the importance it deserves. Equally, the work of this governing body to ensure realization of farmers' rights should be the inspiration of all of us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. IPC. Microphone to IPC, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Yudhvir Singh from India. I represent here Bharatiya Kisan Union, which is an Indian farmers movement, and organized ourselves at the international level as La Via Campesina, an international peasants movement, and I am speaking on behalf of the International Planning Committee for Food Sovereignty. We thank the Secretariat, the Chair and the Indian government to have organized this 9th session of the governing body because it has the occasion for us to meet and reconnect and promote and defending our rights within this treaty, that we want that the treaty survive and fulfill its function as an instrument to guarantee farmers' rights. It has been difficult for us to realize that in this context, many countries consider farmers less relevant than breeders in the conservation and multiplication of seed biodiversity. The treaty was born to defend the right of farmers to keep growing their biodiversity through the peasant practices. This was the principle on which the treaty was born, and we should always recognize it and respect it. While we thank many contracting parties, mainly from Africa, Asia, and Latin America, that fought intensively for our rights, we regret seeing very few other contracting parties that consider that the treaty does not need legal measure to be implemented. We have seen how some governmental institute or multinational companies to overcome the rule of the treaty by using new techniques, especially DSI, that are able to access seed under the multilateral system without any rule. We don't want only benefit sharing fund to be working. We want rule that will make sure that our seed or their native traits are not patented or used in other ways that will prevent our right in using, save, exchange or sell them. Contracting party must put in place legal measure to implement farmers' right. Promoting practices or refund farmers will not be solve the problem of many farmers in the world. We want to remind everyone that in principle for human being, human right must be considered superior than commercial right. Finally, the traceability. How can we keep talking about lacking commitment of farmers in giving seed to the national or international collections? We contracting party do not do nothing to score the traceability of them. It is fundamental to start discussing as soon as possible about some system that monitor from where the seed come from and who are using them and how. It is very important to act now. Before that, it will be too late and the treaty will be over. We are very happy about the organization of the Symposium of Farmers' Rights for next year. And we hope that Secretariat of the Indian government and the Organization of Farmers and Indigenous People in India can cooperate to operationalize the Farmer Rights Symposium to pave the way for promoting, practicing, and realizing farmers' rights, in which IPC is committed as of now, just as we will continue to support peasant and indigenous people organization in the protecting of their inalienable rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, IPC. Third World Network. Allow me just to recall that we still have just a few minutes with interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We congratulate you and the contracting parties who reached a consensus in the contact group for agreeing to the work on enhancement of the multilateral system. We thank each one of you wholeheartedly who agreed to provide an early attention to the challenges arising from DSI. At the same time, we are worried by the discouraging remarks from certain contracting parties, which reflects a lack of commitment to resolve the issue of DSI as early as possible. We take note of the appearance of the term genetic sequence data in the multi-year program of work in the name of standard language being used as DSI/GSD, while the usage in multi-year program of work in 2019 and 2017 have been only DSI. The disagreement relating to the term is something which needs to be discussed in the working group and is not a matter which should have been dealt the way it was done today in this very hall. GSD was a term which was in the footnote in 2017 and a term which was not used in 2019. We also observe a reluctance to refer to the United Nations declarations on the rights of peasants directly in the resolutions. Nevertheless, our understanding is that Treaty Secretary will constructively engage with the Human Rights Council for better realization of the rights recognized under the declaration, as a part of the mandate set forth in the resolutions adopted under Agenda Item 13.1 and 16.4. Third World Network, along with other CSOs, would continue to constructively engage with treaty governing body and its other agencies and is looking forward to GB10. We thank Government of India for hosting this. We thank you for all participating actively. Wish you all great success and a safe journey back home. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Third World Network, Japan.
Thank you, Madam. I just wonder if you have been aware that I was a ski jumper before. You know, that the competition is always within a very, very short time of period. So ideally, you like to see everything is short and brief. And I'm not a diplomat here. With just echoing a lot of appreciations expressed by many other previous speakers, I would like to share my observation with you, Madam Chair. The Secretariat, I'm thinking about the Secretariat, was trying to avoid the 16th of November, which was, if you remember, International Day of Tolerance. And also, I'd like to share the observation, finally. Many people approached me about asking about my flight, which was delayed or stayed. Very fortunately, if the situation will not be like 100 people will follow after my speech, I can keep my flight as originally planned, which is I will leave tomorrow and arrive on Monday 26th, which is day of typhoon in Japan. Historically, there are most frequency of typhoon. So please pray for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, colleague from Japan. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This statement I am making purely as a host, not as a delegate. I wish to record with gratitude that this governing body members, the Secretariat, had all that they wished to have in India when they attended this particular governing body schedule. And I believe we could give them all that was expected while organizing a governing body meeting. If anything went amiss, or anything was missing in terms of comfort, convenience, logistics, or food, or any other thing that a host country would have to give, I seek your pardon, and I hope that when we host it any other time, we will not repeat those mistakes, if we did any. So kindly excuse us if there was anything that went missing. And I also would like to bring to your kind attention, there was one person among us who spent not only his own time and dedicated his own division in the Secretariat of his office, the seat division of the Ministry of Agriculture, the Joint Secretary, Mr. Ashwini Kumar, who is sitting next to me. He did everything, left no stone unturned in negotiating with the hotel staff, hotel management, for days together to see that everything that is expected, which includes the fine points of the culinary talent the chief chef would have here, which would make your days easy. His point was, if everything is comfortable, the proceedings would be comfortable, and the adoption of all the resolutions would be easy, because there will be no irritation that's happening in your body. So I should make it an exception to thank Mr. Ashwini Kumar for really working so hard, hardest among all of us, losing his sleep many days. He would say that I couldn't have any sleep yesterday on some point which was related to either arranging the fund required or whatever, be as it happens in any bureaucracy. And he did it excellently well. So I would like to give a round of applause on behalf of host, being a delegate this time, to Ashwini Kumar. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I wish all of you a very safe journey back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We really thank you from the bottom of our heart. Thank you so much. I will give now the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, it feels quite unusual that we're making closing statements at this time. It seemed as if the delegates heard when we were planning for the 9th sessions until 3 a.m. and they decided to speed up the discussion so they wouldn't have to use it. And we truly appreciate the efficiency and the commitment that you used in dealing with the issues that were outstanding, because as at last night we were still thinking that this was going to drag on until quite late, but to our surprise you were able to finalize all the issues early enough, and we're going to have a little bit of time for a beer or two after this session. I think what you would have seen from the preparations and the arrangements and the facilities that the there was a lot of commitment and investment that went into planning this session. It has been an exceptional session, an extraordinary one at that. But at the same time, it is and it has been a pleasure to see everyone in person. In fact, the attendance is as much as is the usual session of the governing body, because we were concerned that given the current situation and some of the restrictions, that attendance, physical attendance might be negatively affected. But I think the fact that everybody took the time out to come here physically, to be here in presence and to meet everybody and interact was an indication both the commitment to the international treaty, but also the desire and the realization and recognition that face-to-face interaction is still very essential in the work that we do. Certainly been a great pleasure to see you face-to-face, and I look forward to the next time we'll see in Rome. Certainly, once again, thank the hospitality and exceptional preparations that the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare of the Government of India. Everybody has thanked them for the excellent facilities that they have provided for us and for offering to host this session. And that has made it possible, as Dr. Prabhu has indicated, for us to make significant progress at this session, because the comfort that they provided, the convenience and the ease without any disruptions, facilitated discussion and made it quite smooth. And that has affected, or certainly affected, the spirit of the conversation and negotiations, and made it possible to make progress in the areas of farmers' rights, on the global information system, compliance, and as well as multilateral system on assets and benefit sharing. It is indeed symbolically appropriate that this progress has been achieved in India, and is a symbol of India's leadership, particularly on the issues of farmers' rights, as well as multilateral system. And the progress we made at this session in this week, resulting in mutually acceptable outcomes, is an expression of the intent of the treaty membership as a whole. In fact, within the Secretariat, we have already started referring to the resolution on the enhancement of the multilateral system as a New Delhi commitment, because we see it as a clear expression of the intention of this body to collectively enhance the multilateral system and to negotiate towards mutually acceptable outcome in good faith. The progress on farmers' rights here in India is certainly symbolic. On another note, we also see the progress on farmers' rights as a fitting tribute to our colleague who left us, Anya Christink, who worked tirelessly until her last days to contribute to the work that you considered at this session, and will continue to cherish her memory. Significant progress has been made during this session, and yet there are many challenges ahead. But I believe together that we will find ways to build on the momentum developed at this session, to continue working harmoniously as one community, with common interests and intent and desire to solve common challenges for the greater good of all. We must continue our efforts to make meaningful contributions towards ensuring global food security and other challenges facing us arising from climate change, as well as those challenges that affect the diverse and nutritious availability of basic food, which is dependent on the diversity of crop genetic resources. We must redouble efforts towards achieving the goals of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, particularly of ensuring food and equity for all in all countries around the world. In closing, I would like to join Dr. Prabhu to thank Mr. Ashwani Kumar for driving all the excellent preparations to ensure the smooth and enjoyable session in India. Over the last 2 years, there's one phrase I heard repeatedly from Mr. Kumar. It is, "It will be done." And as we have seen today, that even last minute's request that we make to him, he says it will be done, and it gets done. Everything from identification and arrangements of a suitable venue, ensuring the smooth running of the session, to organizing the memorable cultural visits and the colorful performances that you see here every morning, and as the special event dinner that he hosted. That is reflective of the diversity of the nation of India. And that gave us a glimpse of that diversity. That is what India has done, just as he promised, and it was done. And for that, we thank you, Mr. Kumar, your colleagues, your staff, as well as the staff of Pullman Hotel, and all the people behind the scenes who have ensured the smooth and pleasant running of this session. We thank our colleagues, the interpreters who work tirelessly to provide us the services, and our colleagues back in India. Finally, I cannot finish without extending my sincere thanks to all of you for the uplifting vote of confidence to my services to you in the Secretariat. I thank you for extending the term and for the trust you continue to place on me and the staff of the Secretariat. With the support of the staff who have worked tirelessly over this challenging period, it was possible to make seemingly impossible possible. And as I like to say, they do all the work. Mine is to take credit for that work. So I thank each and every one of the Secretariat for that dedication and their hard work. They go above and beyond on a regular basis, and we have seen that this week. They made it seem all so easy, but I can assure you it wasn't. They work late into the night, through weekends and holidays, and I recognize how fortunate I am to have such a great team and look forward to continue to work with them. Thank you, Delegate, for your trust in me. I will do my best to rise to your expectations. I look to you to guide me and the Secretariat, and I'm ready to take on the responsibilities you are entrusted in me as a Secretary. I will continue to do my utmost to fulfill the mandates, to respond to you and other stakeholders, and to do my best to lead the Secretariat in an open and efficient manner. Finally, I would like to thank you, Madam Chair, for your guidance and for your friendship. It has been excellent, extremely lovely to work with you, and I look forward to the 10th session of the governing body. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nadozi. Before closing this exceptional session, permettez-moi de vous remercier tous, en commençant par remercier le gouvernement indien pour l'excellente organisation. J'ai suivi avec M. Nadozi la préparation pendant des mois et des mois, avec tous les reports, toutes les dates qui ont été reportées, toute l'incertitude durant cette période très difficile. Je vous remercie d'avoir pensé à tous les détails, d'avoir rendu le travail dur, facile, avec l'ambiance que nous retrouvons tous les jours, la motivation, les événements culturels qui nous motivaient pour vraiment rentrer dans cette salle avec joie et préparer pour des discussions dans un cadre très agréable. Encore merci à tous les intervenants dans cette organisation, au ministère de l'Agriculture et spécialement à Monsieur Kumar de la division de semences. Je remercie aussi mes collègues du bureau avec qui j'ai travaillé pendant ces années. Nous ne nous sommes pas vus, nous avons travaillé virtuellement. C'était un plaisir de les retrouver ici, bien que certains collègues n'ont pas pu venir être en personne avec nous, mais ça fait toujours plaisir de retrouver des collègues avec qui j'ai interagi dans une atmosphère très collégiale, très coopérative, et nos réunions se passaient toujours dans une atmosphère très très bonne et coopérative. Je remercie bien sûr mes collègues de la région Afrique. Je dis ça avec émotion parce que ce matin, les témoignages m'ont vraiment mis les larmes aux yeux de leur confiance, de leur soutien, parce qu'ils ont cru en moi. Ils ne me connaissaient pas très bien, ils ont eu confiance en moi. Ils m'ont soutenu durant toute cette période. Je les remercie du fond du cœur et je leur dis que je m'engage à les servir durant la prochaine session, toute la prochaine session et même après la prochaine session. Merci beaucoup. Je remercie toutes les délégations, tous les participants d'avoir permis de réussir cette session, de m'avoir donné l'énergie d'être là tout le temps, à vous servir, à diriger cette session sans me sentir fatiguée, avoir toute votre énergie et d'avoir vraiment le sentiment que tout se passerait très bien. J'avais le sentiment que dans cette agréable atmosphère, qu'on allait arriver, aboutir à réaliser les objectifs de cette session. Je remercie également les observateurs, les agriculteurs qui ont été là pour leurs témoignages, pour leurs apports, la richesse de leurs apports, leurs discussions, sans exception. Nous avons été ravis de vous avoir, de vous écouter et d'enrichir les débats avec vous. Nous vous promettons que nous allons continuer à discuter, à interagir et essayer d'aller de l'avant, partis et observateurs, pour réaliser les objectifs du traité. Je remercie aussi les interprètes pour leur indulgence, bien que des fois les textes étaient difficiles, on parlait très fort, mais quand même ils faisaient tous les efforts pour nous rendre la compréhension facile. Je remercie également toutes les personnes responsables des stands qui ont rendu notre visite et nos passages dans les couloirs très agréables et très colorés. Je remercie le staff technique aussi, qui était toujours là, disponible à résoudre tous les soucis techniques que nous avions rencontrés. Je remercie aussi le staff de l'hôtel et son amabilité pour rendre notre séjour très agréable et notre travail à l'aise. J'ai laissé les remerciements au secrétariat à la fin parce que je sais que le travail qui a été réalisé est un travail énorme. Nous avons vu un échantillon de ce qui se passe, un échantillon de grand travail réalisé par le secrétariat, et ceci grâce à la cohérence du staff, au travail collectif des équipes. Ils sont disponibles 24 heures sur 24, 7 jours sur jour, et ceci depuis que j'ai atterri à cet organe directeur. Donc je n'ai jamais sollicité le secrétariat sans avoir des réponses immédiates. Je les remercie du fond du cœur. Je suis contente de les avoir connus et j'espère que nous allons garder des relations dans le futur. Je remercie mon ami, mon mentor, Monsieur Kent Nadozi, qui était d'un soutien extraordinaire, qui m'a motivé durant mes moments de faiblesse. Je le remercie et je lui souhaite bon courage. Merci beaucoup à tous. Merci pour votre confiance et je vous souhaite un retour sain et sauf chez vous et j'espère vous revoir dans une année à peu près à Rome. Merci encore. Et avec ceci, et avec le sourire que je vois dans les visages, je vais clore cette session et je vous dis à très bientôt.
One final announcement for those who are going on the trip tomorrow to Agra, to Taj Mahal. You're expected to be ready by 6:30 a.m. Because the buses will be out in front of the hotel, in front of the lobby to take you. Thank you very much.